Good morning, everyone. As the TAC designated federal officer, I'm happy to call this meeting to order. Just 3 logistical items before we begin. First, please turn your microphone on and off to speak. Second, for anybody on the phone line dialing in, please mute your phone until you're ready to speak. And third, when you're ready to be recognized during a discussion, please flip your name tent so Richard can recognize you and give you the floor. We have a lot of panels for today, and before we get started, Commissioner Quinten, sponsor of the TAC, will give his opening remarks.
Thank you, Megan, and good morning to everybody. Welcome to our 5th meeting of the Technology Advisory Committee. It's wonderful to have all of you. Again, I'd like to thank all of our guest presenters today for their work leading up to this and the valuable information and dialogue that their conversation is going to generate here as well as afterward within the Commission. I'd like to thank the members of the committee for being here, members of our subcommittees for traveling in and being with us today, as well as my fellow commissioners and Commissioner Berkowitz. I did receive the sincere regrets of both the chairman and Commissioner Stump, who are traveling overseas today. I know that they would like to be with us. As Megan said, we do have a lot of ground to cover. We're going to hear presentations on wide-ranging and timely topics, including audit trail requirements, stable coins, specific applications of ISDA's common domain model, the latest in cryptocurrency insurance and custody best practices, updates regarding a cryptocurrency self-regulatory organization effort, and at the end of the meeting, the Cybersecurity Subcommittee is going to present its recommendation that the CFTC join with other organizations in making a statement of support for the Financial Services Sector Coordinating Council Cybersecurity Profile. The TAC will then discuss and vote on that recommendation. So first, on audit trail requirements. Audit trail requirements are designed to provide the Commission with information necessary to reconstruct how a transaction was executed after the fact. These records are critical to the Commission's ability to conduct surveillance inquiries and investigations in order to protect customers and ensure market integrity. However, the Commission's current audit trail requirements are in some respects redundant, placing similar record-keeping and review obligations on FCM's exchanges and exchange members. Those overlapping requirements impose significant costs on market participants and exchanges, which must each store and maintain massive amounts of duplicative transactional data. To address some of these issues, the FIA formed an audit trail working group, and the panel before us today, our first panel, is going to present that working group's recommendations regarding how current audit trail requirements can be streamlined and made more cost-effective. Our second panel is going to present on the stablecoin landscape. And although the definition of a stablecoin is still evolving, and I'm not sure it's actually the correct terminology, stablecoins are commonly thought of as a class of digital currencies that seek to offer price stability against another asset, frequently by being backed by that asset in reserve, like fiat currencies or certain physical commodities. In the furtherance of providing such correlated value, stablecoins have the potential through tokenization to function as a viable liquid medium of exchange and serve as powerful enablers of smart contracts. Stablecoins are early in maturation, and our panel will discuss several developing stablecoins. First, we're going to hear from Mr. Charles Cascarella, CEO and founder of Paxos. Mr. Cascarella will discuss 2 of Paxos's current stablecoin projects, the Paxos Standard, or PAX, which is a digital dollar backed 1-to-1 with the US dollar, and Pax Gold, which is a digital dollar backed by gold. We will also hear from Eddie Wen, Global Head of Digital Markets, about the JPM coin currently under development. JPM coin is designed to be a digital representation of US dollars held in designated accounts at JP Morgan Chase that can be used for instantaneous payment transfers on the blockchain between institutional JPM clients. Third, Mr. Stephen Becker, President and Chief Operating Officer of the MakerDAO Foundation, will provide an overview of decentralized finance, or DeFi, including some of the benefits and misconceptions associated with decentralized protocols, as well as MakerDAO's Dai stablecoin. And finally, Mr. Tommaso Mancini Griffarelli, the division chief at the IMF and their Monetary and Capital Markets Department, will provide an overview of some of the public policy considerations implicated by stablecoins. financial stability, monetary policy control, privacy, competition, efficiency, consumer protection, and financial integrity. Next, on our next panel, Ian Sloyan, a Director of Market Infrastructure and Technology at ISDA, will present on some applications of the ISDA Common Domain Model, or CDN. Mr. Sloyan will demonstrate via a live run how a swap trade could be reported using ISDA's CDM to satisfy regulatory requirements of the CFTC. By providing market participants with an openly available digital code that they can implement in their own reporting engines and technology platforms, CDM aims to increase the consistency and integrity of reporting. Mr. Sloyan is also going to present on how the CDM is being applied to improve efficiencies in collateral management. Our fourth panel will discuss how insurance underwriting standards are deriving best practices for cryptocurrency custody. First, we will hear from James Knox, Managing Director and Technology and Communications Industry Regional Practice Leader for Aon. Mr. Knox will explain how the need to secure affordable insurance policies for digital assets is leading to an understanding among insurers, intermediaries, and platforms about cryptocurrency custody best practices. We will also hear from Mr. Itai Malinger, co-founder and CEO of Curve, who will discuss some of the current challenges associated with cryptocurrency custody. Mr. Malinger will discuss how multi-party computations, or the ability of multiple parties to jointly perform mathematical computations without any party revealing confidential information to others, may assist firms in developing custody solutions. The presenters on our fifth panel will provide updates on their efforts to create an SRO-like governance structure for the digital asset and cryptocurrency trading marketplace. Given the lack of federal market regulatory oversight in the digital asset trading environment, I have long called for and been a vocal proponent of a private sector, multi-platform based solution to furthering market integrity through an SRO-like organization. Today, we will hear from three groups which have made substantial progress in advancing this concept and furthering this dialogue. The Virtual Commodity Association, represented by their president, Mr. Youssef Hussain, Global Digital Finance, represented by their board member, Jeff Bandman, and the Association for Digital Asset Markets, represented by their founding board member, Brad Vopny. Each group has their own membership and focus, and I'm excited to hear about their progress, their goals, and ongoing challenges in promoting market integrity in the digital asset trading environment. And finally, the Cybersecurity Subcommittee will present a recommendation for consideration to the full TAC that the CFTC should issue a statement of support for the FSCC cyber profile. Before concluding, I would, as always, like to recognize Megan Tante, George Harada, John Coughlin, Scott Sloan, and Phil Ramundi for their tireless efforts in making today possible and leading all the dialogue throughout the year that leads up to our meetings. And I would like to express my deep appreciation to Richard Gorelick, the TAC chair, for his leadership, expertise, and willingness to give so generously of his time to this committee's work. Thank you, Megan. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintens. We'll turn it over to Commissioner Benham for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Great to see everyone here at the CFTC. I don't have any major remarks, but I do want to thank Commissioner Quintens for his leadership, Megan and Richard also for your leadership here. Certainly a full day, a very interesting day, one that I think we will all benefit from. And as I say many times at these advisory committees, it cannot be said enough how much the Commission benefits from this dialogue, from your engagement, and us learning from you about what's going on in the marketplace and how we need to be flexible and also need to adjust on the fly, really, in order to keep up with the market and the evolution of technology. So looking forward to today's discussion and certainly looking forward to future engagement. Thank you again.
Thank you. And now Commissioner Berkowitz for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Commissioner Quintens, for sponsoring this meeting. Megan, I hope you got some sleep in the past few days. This is out of the frying pan into the fire. And thank you also, Richard, for your work on this committee. And thanks, of course, to all the committee members and the presenters today for the work you put into this. It's absolutely critical, in particular with respect to technology, obviously with respect to areas too, but technology and some of the topics that we're going to be discussing today are so fast moving, and for us to keep up with it, it's really critical that we have the most up-to-date information from the most knowledgeable people. So we really do appreciate the time and the volunteer effort you put into making these presentations. I think many of the topics here are extraordinarily timely, and Commissioner Quintens, I want to thank you for setting forth an agenda full of things that be very informative. Obviously, many developments we read about every day regarding stablecoin and other developments in crypto currency issues, self-regulatory organizations. So these are very timely topics. And coming on the heels of our meeting last week with respect to data standardization and reporting, several of the other topics here are also in my view, extremely important with respect to improving audit trail data, making sure that we collect the best data in the most useful and efficient manner for the market participants. Also, I'm very interested in hearing about the ISDA common domain model and standardization on the back-end processes, and how that can help industry participants and maybe foster compliance in our ability to oversee these markets. So I think these are all very timely topics. I strongly support many of these initiatives, and I'm looking forward to the discussion today, and thank you all again.
Thank you, Commissioner Berkowitz. Now we'll turn the meeting over to TAC Chair Richard Grelick.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Commissioner Quintens and Commissioners Benham and Berkowitz and everyone participating today. We have an interesting lineup, and I'd like to get right to it and get the meeting started with the first panel. Our first panel, as Commissioner Quintens mentioned, is a presentation from the Futures Industry Association on an overview of their recommendations to streamline existing CFTC audit trail requirements. From the FIA, we have Natalie Tynan, Associate General Counsel and Head of Technology Documentation Strategy, Temi Botsfer, the Executive Director and Assistant General Counsel at JP Morgan, Mark Fabian, the Vice President for Market Regulation for ICE Futures US, Jeff Ramsey, the Managing Director and General Counsel at Geneva Trading, and Andrew Vrabel, Executive Director and Global Head of Investigations at the CME Group. And with that, I will turn the meeting over to the panel.
Thank you. Thanks to the TAC, Commissioner Quintens, and CFTC staff in general for having us today. I'll skip introduction since we just ran through that, and get right to a little bit of the background about FIA's Audit Trail Working Group. So our working group's comprised of representatives from FCMs, DCMs, and principal trading firms. In October of 2018, representatives from our group met with Commissioner Quintens as a sponsor of the TAC, as well as senior members of CFTC staff in the Division of Enforcement and Division of Market Oversight to share our concerns about audit trail record keeping as it currently stands, and offer some recommendations. Since then, we've continued to work on those recommendations internally, and in January of 2020, we submitted a letter to the CFTC, to Commissioner Quintens, as well as the directors of DSIO, DMO, and DCR, laying out our recommendations, and that's what we'll walk through with you here today. So, as a brief overview, I guess I would say there's a few high-level thematic points, right? One is that we're interested in trying to streamline the audit trail requirements generally. That involves making things more efficient and eliminating redundancies. And we have 4 primary recommendations in that regard. The first is to amend Regulation 38553 to eliminate the requirement that DCMs conduct annual audit trail reviews. The second is to amend Regulation 38552 to remove specific elements of an adequate transaction database. The third is to confirm that DCMs may maintain records of Tier 1 data on behalf of FCMs and other trading participants. And the fourth is to recommend that DCMs should amend their rules to confirm that clearing FCMs don't have to maintain records of orders that are transmitted directly into the DCM trading system by a direct access customer. It's important to note at the outset that we are proposing modifications to Part 38, but we are not proposing changes to the existing record-keeping requirements under Regulations 131 and 135. And we'll walk through that in a little more detail. I'm going to turn it over to Mark now to walk through our current regulatory requirements and kind of give us a lay of the land.
Thank you, Natalie. So our next slide talks about the existing requirements. Currently, Commission Rule 131 and 135 require the retention and maintenance of records required to be made and kept in accordance with the CEA for a period of no less than 5 years, including order message and transaction data. All FCMs, retail foreign exchange dealers, and certain introducing brokers and members of DCMs are still required to maintain the respective audit trail records in accordance with Reg 131 and 135. Regulations 38551 through 553 pertain to the audit trail requirements specific to DCMs. So that's the key point here today. We are not looking to make any changes to 131 or 135. The specific target here is the regulations under Part 38, and specifically Part 38, 552 and 553. We're not recommending any change to 551, which basically requires DCMs to keep and maintain an audit trail that is sufficient to conduct their regulatory requirements under the Act in conducting investigations and thorough investigations. And this part of the rule requires that DCMs maintain records of the audit trail from the time of receipt of an order message by the DCM to any messages that are then returned from the FCM to any participants. So again, this part of the rule is specific to the DCMs and what their requirements are in terms of audit trail. We have confirmed this with the DMO folks to make sure that we have a clear understanding of the audit trail records that are required to be maintained by the DCM. And today, we're not proposing a change to 551. It is 552 and 553. So Regulation 552 states that a DCM's audit trail must include an electronic transaction history database. An adequate transaction history database includes a history of all trades executed via open outcry or via entry into an electronic trading system, and all orders entered into electronic trading system, including order modifications and cancellations. This regulation also lays out specific pieces of information that are required as part of that history database, including a CTI code or a customer type indicator code. Regulation 38.553, enforcement of audit trail requirements, requires that a DCM enforce its audit trail rules by conducting at least on an annual basis a review of all members' firms and persons subject to the record-keeping rules to verify compliance with the DCM's audit trail and record-keeping requirements. These audits must include reviews of randomly selected samples of front-end audit trail data and order routing system data, a review of the process by which the identifications are assigned to users and maintained, and a review of usage patterns associated with user identifications to monitor for violations of user identification rules, and reviews of account numbers and customer type indicator codes to test for accuracy and improper use. Currently, we conduct these annual reviews, and they may be conducted slightly differently by the various DCMs. We have rules that prescribe exactly what the DCMs require from our participants. Generally, it's the same information. However, the format that it's requested or the DCM is required to be maintained in can be slightly different across the DCMs. And just for example, when ICE does an annual audit trail review, we basically do a sample by going to each clearing firm and asking them for a sample order from every pathway that they receive an order transmission through. So we go through our systems, we identify order records from each of the different pathways, and we send that request to the clearing firm, who then is responsible for pulling that data either from their own records or from clients that they have that are direct access clients, and providing it to the exchange in the format requested by the exchange. So what that sometimes requires is that they have to modify the records that they maintain in a native format to fit each of the different DCM's requirements in terms of the types of audit trail. And specifically, I'll give you a good example. The CME has an operator ID tag that it refers to as tag 50, whereas ICE has the same operator tag, but we refer to it as a tag 116. It basically identifies the same type of individual. And that's just the way our systems are set up and different, although we are actually, that piece of information represents the same requirement to identify who the operator or the button pusher is entering an order, whether that be a manual trader or an automated system. So through that process, it takes our compliance staff a significant amount of time to compile that information and send out the requests to the various clearing firms to have them produce the information to us. And on the other side of that coin, it takes them a long time to pull the information and then it's converted to the standard format that each of the various DCMs is looking at. So what we're looking at today is to try and relieve that annual audit trail requirement for a couple of reasons. One, because the DCM already has most of that data that they need, and two, it's very detailed information. So just to kind of set the stage for what we're going to be talking about here, and what we've done, the working group has done, is tried to identify and differentiate the data that the DCM maintains versus the data that the DCM does not maintain. Now, as we've said from the onset, Reg 131 and 135 require entities to maintain their audit trail. That is inclusive of what we're going to be calling Tier 1 and Tier 2, but specific to DCMs, the data maintained for audit trail purposes by DCMs is defined as Tier 2. And if we can change to the next, I'm sorry, Tier 1, thank you. If we can change to the next slide, this is a schematic representation. And basically, Tier 1 data is electronic order messages transmitted from the client application server that is connected to the exchange electronic system to the exchange system, and from the exchange electronic trading system to the connected client application server. So that's going to be the red highlighted oval on the right-hand side of your screen or your slide package. Tier 2 is all other order messages not included in the definition of Tier 1 that are additionally required to be maintained under Regs 131 and 135. So the Tier 1 data that the exchanges and the DCMs maintain is highly detailed, and we use that for our investigation research on a daily basis. And in fact, it serves the purpose of us being able to conduct investigations and complete them based on our own DCM stored information in 99% or better of the cases that we bring either to disciplinary committees or otherwise. So there's a very, very small piece that would be considered Tier 2, which the exchange does not maintain and for which it would go to participants, specifically clearing members to or FCMs, to get that information. I think I'll turn it over. I think we've done a pretty good job of defining what Tier 1 is. It's basically within the DCM domain, and it's the audit trail the DCM has now. It collects and maintains consistent with Reg 38.551. I think I'd like to turn it over to Jeff just to give us an idea of what types of things would be covered in a Tier 2, and we can also provide you with a basic example of what Tier 2 is.
Thanks, Mark. So Tier 2 data, I'd like to think of sort of the backstage activity before the orders are actually sent to the exchange. So things like if a trading system at the trading firm or at the user is, say for example, using an iceberg strategy where it's going to send in a one lot and then refill that up to 50 times as it gets filled there. The logic and the the programming behind that sequence would be Tier 2 data. The Tier 1 data would be the moment that that order is actually launched to the exchange. That would be captured by the DCM and put through, captured through the Tier 1 retention. Another example would be, for example, like a stop-loss logic where there's a certain price threshold or a loss threshold within the trading system that then determines it's time for me to launch an order to resolve this issue or to get out of the trade. So I like to think of it as what's sort of housed within the trading system, the logic there that then triggers that data that the exchange sees in terms of cancels, modifies, orders, and fills.
Thanks, Jeff. So as an example, if you don't mind flipping to the next slide, we've used the iceberg scenario where a firm offers a front-end trading applications to its clients. The trading application has functionality that allows the client to synthetically create an iceberg order where one portion of the total quantity is displayed to the market at a time. So for example, a client electronically sends an instruction to the trading application that sits outside the DCM to sell 1,000 contracts. This is referred to as a parent order. It is then designed to display only 50 contracts at a time to the market, which is referred to as the child order. So in this scenario, the 1,000 lot order is maintained at the Tier 2 level. When it sends each of those child 50 lot orders, the 50 lot order is the record that the DCM receives, maintains that, it goes through the transaction process, and the confirm is then sent back to the firm submitting it as a 50 lot transaction, assuming it's filled in its entirety. Then the client instruction to the trading application to sell the 1,000 on the iceberg is the Tier 2 piece of data where each of those 50 lot pieces or child orders rests in the DCM world. So theoretically, you've got 20, if the entire order gets filled, iceberg order gets filled, you've got 20 50 lot order records in the DCM or Tier 1 level data and 1,000 lot record in the Tier 2 data. I hope that's an example that we tried to figure out one that we thought would be the most relevant and an example, and also the stop loss example is a very good one as well. So at this time, I think I would like to turn it over to Andrew to go through our proposed changes to the regs.
The first recommendation of the working group is to eliminate the requirement that DCMs perform annual record-keeping reviews of firms. It's the position of the working group that these reviews don't add value to the DCM's existing processes for identifying market abuses, customer abuses, or other trading infractions. I would underscore what Mark said earlier related to the identification of market abuses, customer abuses, or trade practice violations. At CME, we do not have a single trade practice program for electronic trading that is reliant on Tier 2 data in order to find a violation. Not a single program. Everything is relying on Tier 1 audit trail data, which is data the DCMs already possess because it's the messages that the firms are sending to the DCM and the DCM is sending back to them. The one other thing to note about this that Mark highlighted is that we are not recommending changes to the existing record-keeping rules 1.31 or 1.35. In the event the DCM does need Tier 2 or higher level audit trail data during the course of a trade practice investigation, we would be able to make that request to firms just as we do today. There was a question that was presented during the course of the working group's stream of events related to the types of violations that the DCMs today are identifying through their audit trail reviews. Obviously, each of the DCMs today, because of 38553, are required to have front-end audit trail examinations of firms. So let me take a moment and highlight some of the things that we identify in these reviews because it does address our perspective that these are non-value adding types of reviews. Last year, the CME DCMs issued summary fines or letters of warnings in 6 instances for front-end audit trail errors. And those errors related to information such as the firm failed to maintain millisecond level timestamps on their tier 1 trading information. To us, this is unimportant because we already have timestamps down to the nanosecond level in the exchange's systems. So the fact that a firm failed to maintain that for its own records does not impact our ability to review trade practice violations. Another sort of violation that we brought an action against last year is the firm failed to keep a record of when individual legs of a trade were executed as part of a spread. Now, obviously, on our side, that helps us reconstruct the trading activity so we know if a leg was part of a spread instrument. We have that data because it was executed on our platform, so we obviously know if the order was submitted as a spread or was submitted as outrights and filled as a spread. So again, that type of data inaccuracy doesn't add value to what we're doing from the DCM perspective to identify trade practice violations. Now, we do have value-adding portions of our audit trail reviews, and these are done through programmatic reviews to identify data anomalies. So this is aside from our annual reviews of firms' audit trail record keeping. We have programs that operate across all of our participants that are subject to record keeping violations to validate the accuracy of the data they're actually submitting to us. So an example of one of those programs, one of our most recently implemented programs, is we're validating the country of origin that firms submit on order messages. The reason why that's important to us is that we have trade practice programs and reviews that are dependent on the country of origin that the firm is submitting. So we need to validate, or we have an interest in validating the accuracy of that information. That's not something that's covered in a front-end audit trail review. That's covered in a trade practice or an audit trail program specifically designed to identify violations. Other types of these programs that we employ relate to the inaccurate use of a tag 50 or a user identification. So we have programs that are designed to identify instances where someone may be using another person's user ID. That is critically important for us when it comes to reconstructing the transactions in the marketplace and identifying customer and market abuses. Again, those are things that we do not propose changing. Those will continue to exist in the new model. This is highlighted in the second bullet where we believe that the regulatory focus should be on the DCMs, programs that are designed to identify data anomalies or violations from a data integrity perspective, rather than going out to the firm and validating that they have the same data that we already possess. The obvious industry benefit from doing this is it eliminates the burdens of complying with the exchange front-end audit trail examinations. If we can go to the...
So from an FCM point of view, I mean, from the exchange's point of view, they have to go out to every member and everyone who's required to retain audit trail and actually make sure, gee, did you duplicate what we already have? And that's largely just an exercise in, is it copied properly? And it's not discovering anything that they typically would come to us for in an investigation. But on top of that, they're going out to every member. We've got them all coming into us as well once a year and tying people up saying, hey, have we copied this from here to here and are we retaining it? When I think there's a lot more value add to be had from taking those resources and putting them into data integrity rather than are we a good monkey scribe for this kind of thing?
The second proposal relates to making modifications to 38.552. Just a little bit of background. This revived effort to evaluate the audit trail reviews actually began back with Project KISS several years ago, where there was an interest in reducing regulatory burdens that aren't adding value to the reviews of the DCMs. And one of the first things that was identified across the entire industry was the existence of CTI codes, the customer type indicator. That's actually where all this began. The customer type indicator historically, and this is decades ago, had value in helping the DCMs reconstruct trading activity, particularly in the trading floor, where the DCMs had obligations to identify instances of customers' orders being abused by brokers who had dual trading privileges. Nowadays, the CTI code is largely irrelevant
to not only the DCM's trade practice reviews, but it's also a field that the exchanges can impute and determine what the CTI code should be based on the membership status of the person submitting the order or the ultimate account where that trade is submitted. So that's where this started. What the working group identified is that there are other portions of 38.552 that are redundant to other portions of the CPC's regulations. So just for some background, 38.552 requires that the DCMs maintain an adequate transaction history database, and that database has to include information such as all data that is input into the trade entry or matching system for the transaction to match, the customer type indicator code, the timing and sequencing of data, and the identification of each account into which fields are allocated. Now, we're not here to say that those other fields, aside from CTI codes, don't have value. Obviously, the exchanges have to have the timing and sequencing in order to reconstruct the trading activity. What the working group is positing is that those particular provisions are redundant to other portions of the regulations. For example, 38.551 that Mark touched on briefly at the beginning specifically provides that the DCM's audit trail must be sufficient to reconstruct all transactions. So one could read that you would be required to have timing information in order to reconstruct all trading activity. 38.551 also requires the DCMs to track customer orders from the time of receipt through fill or allocation. So again, the component of the transaction database requiring that there be information sufficient to identify where trades are allocated is redundant to what's already in 38.551. It's for that reason that we would propose to strike those provisions that specifically, prescriptively require the DCMs to maintain particular elements in the audit trail.
Okay, and to give you a further example of why you should be principles-based rather than prescriptive, aside from the fact that these things go obsolete from time to time, and we don't know what trading will be in another 20 years, as we didn't know back when this list was put together. The industry comes together from time to time to create new elements of the audit trail. And so for an example, the industry came together to create tag 1031, which is now a uniform tag as opposed to everyone having their own tag. And that is a designation that tells everyone, was this an electronic order or was this a voice order? And there's a difference in the processing, in the records that might be retained, and the information that the exchange in Tier 2 might come to us to look for. And by knowing if it's electronic or voice, they know what to look for. If your wouldn't necessarily be mandated as retention, because we see it as part of the audit trail, we want it to be principles-based so that we would retain it automatically. We do retain it, but we don't know what's going to grow out of blockchain. We don't know what's going to grow out of processing in the future that might be even more efficient than this. And we don't think you should try to describe it.
Groups of registrants are required to maintain. There has been an interest expressed to have the CFTC confirm that the DCMs could offer a service to firms where the DCMs would be the record-keeping custodian for the Tier 1 audit trail data for whoever would subscribe to that particular service. I would note that this is not a novel concept. Back in 2012, when the CFTC adapted regulations 1.31 and 1.35 to incorporate the definition of swaps or record-keeping rules related to swaps, the CFTC specifically recognized that a person subject to 1.35 and 1.31 could rely on a DCM or a CEF to maintain audit trail records to the extent that the person or the person subject to 1.35 had an agreement in place, a servicing agreement in place requiring the DCM to maintain those records on their behalf. That was the first thing that an agreement exists. And the second requirement or the second provision was that the person subject to 1.31 and 1.35 is still ultimately liable for compliance with those regulations. So they cannot shift the burden to the custodian of records for purposes of 1.31 and 1.35.
And just to expand on 131, a few years ago when the CFTC made the great step to go and update 131 retention requirements to recognize that electronic retention is here and that there is a way to retain it without hiring a technical consultant to keep duplicates of everything that we have, it was streamlined. And it made it a lot easier for FCMs to be able to use an outside vendor or retain it in-house without having to maintain duplicates beyond our BCP, which of course we have to do, and we have to make those records available. And I think that breaking Tier 1 and Tier 2 apart and taking Tier 1 and having the DCMs retain that on behalf of the industry, it would still be our regulatory requirement, just as it is for the rest of our 131 retention, is just furtherance of the same streamlining and getting rid of the same duplicative cost that to the industry, not only in just the cost of retention, but the resources in going and reviewing, again, that this copy matches that copy, which we are never going to be asked for.
I'll introduce the fourth and then turn it over to Tammy. The current DCM rules put the obligation on the clearing firms to maintain audit trail data on behalf of, at least for purposes of CME, to maintain the audit trail data on behalf of any connection that the clearing firm ultimately guarantees to the clearing house, which means that the clearing firms are responsible under exchange rules for maintaining the audit trail for any of those connections. There's an interest from the industry if the DCMs eliminate, or if the regulations are adopted to eliminate the requirement that DCMs perform annual audit trail examinations, that there be similar relief for the clearing firms to not be required to maintain that Tier 1 data on behalf of the connections that they guarantee. So I'll turn it over to Tammy for more insight.
So essentially what happens now is nobody gets direct access to the exchange without a clearing member authorizing it and guaranteeing it. And as part of that guarantee, we either arrange for some kind of drop copy after the fact for us to try to retain it, or for it to go to a third party to retain it on our behalf, or for the entity that has requested direct access to retain it for us, all of which is permissible under 131. And this is all electronic. The problem is, every time you transfer data, that's an opportunity for loss or corruption. Every time that we get data back in and try to process it, it's an opportunity again for some kind of error or omission. Having this all be at a source that is subject to their own retention requirements and already has that information in-house would be particularly helpful.
So I think we'll pause there with maybe a little over 5 minutes left in our time for questions.
It looks like we've got a question from Tim. I'll start there.
Did you attempt to quantify the costs associated with these audit trail reviews, the duplication that's involved, and all the infrastructure that's necessary to do it, process it?
We did not. However, I can tell you that on the surface, in a broad sweep, it takes several of our staff members quite a number of weeks to send out the requests, get the information back, analyze the information to determine the comparison between what we see and what they maintain. And I would say it's several people, multiple man hours, and it can take several months to complete that process. And there's often back and forth with the firm supplying the information as well, because in some cases, quite frankly, we request fields 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they'll send us the information except they've got 4 and 5 or 5 and 6. And there's a process of where you have to kind of sort that out and figure out why it ended up in the wrong field. It's just a matter of different terminology and things of that nature.
To add on to that, we don't just take the native file format and send it to them. We have to take it, put it in the format required by the exchange, try to make sure we have it all right, depending on whether there has been a change since the time that was retained and the time that it was requested. The translation table may need to be a different translation table if elements have moved around or been added or been subtracted. So it becomes kind of a little bit of a forensic exercise sometimes.
And just from CME's perspective, we have 2.5 full-time headcount allocated to front-end audit trail reviews.
From the ICE perspective, we don't have dedicated employees. Our analysts do this in addition to their other investigative processes. So if we were able to eliminate this annual review, they could be dedicated to doing other investigative work or to doing further targeted audit trail reviews, such as frequent review, periodic reviews of authorized trader IDs. Is the person submitting the order, or is an individual? So in other words, we have the authorized trader ID that we get. Does that actually represent an individual, or does sometimes that ID operates identifies several individuals, which is a problem for us. So we do spend quite a bit of time focusing on the key elements that we believe are subject to potential issues when supplied to us, as opposed to, is it a 5-lot order in the March contract? That's the type of thing that gets covered in conformance testing when a participant connects to the exchange.
And for the FCMs, typically this is part of someone's job on top of their daily book of work. Inquiries come in and then need to be prioritized ahead of whatever the daily work is to get it back out on time.
Larry?
What I would be kind of concerned about, and I'm not sure because I'm not that familiar with the audit trail process, is when, there could be problems in 3 or 4 places. One, a customer sends an order and somehow the FCM screws it up and then gets it to the, the DCM. 2, there's some sort of fraud or some sort of, crazy thing going on within the FCM to the DCM that may be overlooked or whatever. 3, in terms of sponsored access, I'm using your ID and you don't know what I'm doing. I just want to make sure that if we wind up backing away from some of these rules, that we can backtrack and make sure that, that all of a sudden we don't get a customer inquiry and we can't actually track it back and figure out where the problem is, or there's some sort of spoofing going on in the market, or somebody's using your MPID and they would call in the equity side. Can we be guaranteed or ensure that we can cover all this stuff if we wind up, modifying these things?
So again, this kind of goes to the Tier 1, Tier 2 discussion. Right now, Tier 2 is not something that audit trail is not something that the DCM has natively in its systems. So as it exists today, even if these proposed changes were to occur, we would still go to the FCMs to get that information. So if that issue exists today, it's going to exist tomorrow if these proposals are undertaken. Not that that's a good thing, but it's something that we would have to pursue Tier 2 data.
So if we make these changes, the challenges or issues of tracking down these problems or issues would not be any significantly different today as it is tomorrow?
No.
Suparna.
I just had a question about, the information that you collect at time of transaction, the Tier 1 data. It seems like you're not really dependent just on what the clearing member may have, because the actual risk exchange is what's happened on the DCM itself, right? So if you're thinking about the market, the information that you've collected and that's in your system is what's going to, identify, the risk that has been exchanged. Now, that information should, it has multiple checks and balances because, I'm talking from a client perspective. Once the transaction is done, you are confirming it, there is a settlement or what have you, which makes me pause to see that this annual review, this is just about going in and making sure that there's not been any data alteration or something like that between the periods. But, the real information that we need, you're getting at time of transaction, or, perhaps any amendments to it the day after by the time it settles.
Well, just to clarify, what we're talking about are billions of order messages submitted to the exchange. From that you get the clear transactions and the allocations and the account changes, et cetera. None of that's going to change.
No, exactly. So what you're requesting on removing or eliminating the requirement just to ensure that the data is maintained properly and matching whatever you have, given the advancements that we've had, in technology, in the way these trading strategies have progressed, you can figure out if there's been any type of market abuse because of the information that you've gathered when the risk exchange, or maybe a day or two after that. I assume at this point, you do have triggers that should highlight if something out of the ordinary is happening.
That's exactly right. I think what you've seen from the DCMs over the course of time is that we move far faster than any regulatory changes. So when you look back at the status of DCM audit trail reviews in 2010, when 38.553 was proposed, or 2012 when it was adopted, the DCMs, at least CME, did not require an automated versus manual tag on an order submission. That came after the fact. From the DCM's own initiative. Country of origin, we required that to be a mandatory field populated with accuracy. So I think we have to trust the DCMs are going to require data elements that are necessary for us to preserve the integrity of the markets, irrespective of what the regulations require.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. We'll go with Tom.
I'll keep it quick. Andrew, with respect to your recommendation number 3, could you just clarify, is the intent that the DCM Tier 1 record-keeping service would be a commercial product of the DCMs, or given its data the DCMs already have, something you would just take on? It would be probably helpful for participants to understand the intent.
It would be a commercial offering. I think that the DCMs today, to be perfectly frank, are still evaluating what the legal and regulatory risks would be to be the record keeper or the custodian of records for the entire industry. It may come out that from a legal perspective, the risk of us being that repository is too great relative to the commercial value of that.
It might be worthwhile to, after you consider that further, perhaps make additional recommendations so that the commission and staff can think about that, because perhaps there's joint action that could be taken there to both alleviate some of those risks and attendant costs if it doesn't impugn integrity. It's a good suggestion.
If I can just add too, as a trading participant, we spend a lot of resources maintaining our audit trails as well. And to have a commercial offering, particularly at the DCM, where it's the depository of record, would be very nice to have. It would be allow us to streamline a lot of what we do as well.
Okay, thank you everyone from the FIA, and thanks for the questions. We will move now into the second panel on stablecoins. We're going to now continue with an overview of stablecoins, followed by presentations on 3 stablecoins: Paxos Standard, Dai, and JPM Coin. Our presenters are Charles Cascarilla, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Paxos; Stephen Becker, President and Chief Operating Officer at the MakerDAO Foundation; Eddie Wen, the Global Head of Digital Markets at JP Morgan; and Tommaso Mancini Grafoli, Deputy Division Chief in the Monetary and Capital Markets Department at the IMF. Now turn the meeting over to the panel. Thank you.
All right, great. I am going to give a quick overview of Paxos and then talk a little bit about the stablecoin that we have, and then we're going to move down the panel. And I think it's important to understand some of the background on Paxos. I know some of you are familiar with it when I look at some familiar faces here, but it's going to be helpful because we have certain attributes to our stablecoin that are made possible by the way we've set up our business. And so, when we think about Paxos, we really think of ourselves as creating financial market infrastructure for an open financial system. And, we've been around now for almost 7 years, and we've raised quite a bit of capital. We have employees and a global presence. We've, put together an independent board, and we've really tried to make sure that we've set ourselves up as trying to follow regulation and with a regulatory first approach to everything that we've done and all the products that we've created. And we've created a number of different products, so we don't just have a stable coin. We have tokenized a variety of different types of assets. That includes dollars. We've also created a white label version of a stable coin for partners. Our stable coin is regulated. I'll talk about what that means in a moment. We've also created a regulated gold-backed token. We're also a custodian holding assets that are crypto assets, cash assets, gold assets, other commodities, and as well as securities. And from a post-trade perspective on a security side, we've created automation tools and a settlement platform. So there's quite a bit to what we do at Paxos. We're just going to talk really around what we do from a cash stablecoin perspective. And I think we've constructed this, and we'll hear different versions of how to construct stablecoins differently from others. We have quite a few different types of customers. They're institutional in nature. We're generally an institutional platform. And so we've set it up with a regulatory foundation that enables us to create a regulated stablecoin. So we created a trust company in the state of New York in May of 2015. We were the first firm to be approved to operate in the blockchain and crypto space as a trust company. And so we're very proud of that. It was a deliberate effort that we went through. It took us a number of years, and that then has allowed us to receive other approvals. We have full SWIFT access to the Federal Reserve NSS, vaults around the world. We're in the process of actually applying for a clearing agency registration with the SEC. So a whole number of regulatory approvals that are sitting on top of what is our trust company status. And that trust company status is really the foundation because it allows us to hold assets, custody assets, and then to be able to tokenize them. And so when you think about the stablecoin, the Paxos stablecoin, this is $1 equals 1 Paxos stablecoin. Assets are sent to Paxos. They're held in bankruptcy remote, fully segregated reserve accounts. They're generally held in T-bills or over-collateralized repo of T-bills that are maturing in a day or less than a week. So there's no duration risk that we're taking. We're taking no credit risk. We're simply holding dollars in a reserve account, and those equal and map 1-to-1 with a token. And that token happens to be issued, in our case, on Ethereum, though we'll likely add other chains over time. And so that 1-to-1 mapping is really important. It's verified through independent auditors. And so we have an independent auditing firm that makes sure that at all times the dollars equal the number of tokens. So there's no fluctuation. There's no attempt to create a profit from anyone who holds this token. And it's always redeemable for $1. Now, if you come to Paxos, and you send us dollars, you have to be a customer. Because we're a trust, we're incorporated under New York banking law, chartered under New York banking law. We follow all the practices for AML KYC that you expect out of a bank. We have a BSA officer. We have 4 to 6 weeks of audits every year from the DFS coming in from an exam perspective. We have Grant Thornton as an independent auditor of our internal audit controls. Deloitte & Touche is our external auditor, We have an independent board of directors. All of this is done in order to create a lot of confidence amongst all of our customers that our dollars are held in these segregated reserve accounts, and then we have a separate auditor that just audits the bank account. All this oversight is really meant to create a lot of confidence that, unlike certain other examples in the stablecoin space, that you might have an unbacked token. And so $1 equals 1 token. That token is then issued and is to a customer that has been onboarded and which is following our compliance programs, and they now have this token, they can onward send this. If someone comes to Paxos and wants to be able to redeem, they can do this. They have to be a customer or they have to be, again, onboarded. And they can come to us with that token. We will burn the token and then give them $1. And so that's the way in which we manage this process. I think there are a lot of benefits to creating tokenized dollars. There's been a lot of talk about this for central bank digital currencies and other ways of creating so-called stable coins. Putting a token onto a blockchain, I think, really changes the utility curve of the dollar. It's able to move 24 hours, 7 days a week. That means it's not tied to a 9 to 5 banking hour. It's able to do this instantaneously. So you're not talking about hours or days in the case of ACH or multiple days in the case of international wires. And you're able to do this much more cheaply. In the case of Ethereum, there are many other chains this can be done on. But in the case of Ethereum, it's about 3 cents to 5 cents to do a transaction. Imagine that that's 2 orders of magnitude or maybe even 3 orders of magnitude less than a bank wire, international bank wire. So you're able to move money in a completely different way, and you can program it. So this is important. You can create programmable money. And so this is really important, and where this became very clearly needed was in the blockchain space, because assets are moving 24 hours, 7 days a week, very cheaply, and you didn't have a way of moving money across it. And then the last point is it creates access. If you have a smart wallet, you can now have access to digital US dollars. That's important for global use of the dollar. It's important for underbanked and underbanked persons who don't have access to a bank account, because today the only way to have digital dollars is through a bank. And so these are, I think, some of the real key benefits, and that's why we set the Paxos standard token up this way. And importantly, not only are we regulated, the token itself is regulated. So in order for us to issue this, we had to take the token and the proposal to our regulator. They saw the proposal in its totality, and they then approved us to be able to do this. So this is a completely different standard from really how anyone else is operating the space, which is something we're very proud of. And we've been able to leverage this in a number of ways. So we've created stablecoin as a service. So we can do this not just for ourselves, but very traditionally in financial services, there's a concept of white labeling where you can add a partner who might be there from a branding or marketing perspective, but we're still running the entire process. It's still regulated, it still has the same exact controls, everything is being done in the exact same way. And so we've done this for a number of different partners, but Binance is probably maybe the most notable in the way they're doing it, which is having the Binance name on what is this Paxos infrastructure. And so that gets to maybe the very point of what we're trying to do at Paxos, which is create this financial market infrastructure that can be utilized by many different firms, but yet doing it in a way that's regulated, that has all the right controls, and has all the right type of oversight, and opening it up to a much broader market. So we're really proud of this stablecoin as a service process that we've done. There are a number of conversations for other firms that want to be able to take advantage of this very same service. And so I talked a little bit about how we're regulated. There are monthly attestations on our website. You can go and take a look and see that we don't just have this auditor. You can actually verify it yourself through independent reports. And I think the use cases for stablecoins, which I'm sure we'll all talk about it here, are really around trading, settlement and payment movements, being able to create real-time movements of money. This works for a number of different types of businesses. We have partners, and I think conversations that we'll be talking about as the year goes on around payments firms, around banking firms, around remittance firms that find this to be of significant utility for their businesses. And so we've tried to make sure that we approach this in a way that is creating a significant level of regulatory oversight without losing the utility that blockchain brings. And I think that's always the challenge because blockchain can be open and there can be a perception that anyone can use it. But the way we've put it in place really, I think, solves many of those underlying issues. So with that, I'll stop and turn it over to Stephen. Sorry, I'm actually also dovetailing as technology here, so you have to...
He's the pilot.
That's right, exactly. We're a technology firm.
This is India.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see if this thing works. Yeah, it does. That's cool. Thank you. Right, thank you very much, everyone. Commissioners, members, thank you very much for inviting me to speak here today. I just wanted to acknowledge my team as well. My GC, Brian Novello, head of comms, Mike Bacara, and our advisor, Alan Sober, is here supporting me today. So this is really a joint effort. This is a panel about stablecoins, and you have to consider decentralized stablecoins in order to be, very complete in your consideration. And it is decentralization that is really important. Decentralization is inherent in a free and open market economy, and it also happens to be the underlying structure of a public blockchain. So my contention is that the US is in the best position to extract the best possible value out of public blockchains. The decentralized finance space, otherwise known as DeFi, has this critical element as well. And it's through DeFi that MakerDAO enables the development of an on-chain on-blockchain economy. And it's not just only an on-blockchain economy, but it's one that dovetails and intersects with the traditional world. But in order to figure out how that happens, we need to take a bit of a step back and ask a really tricky question. What is decentralization? So I've been mulling about decentralization for quite some time, and I decided to make it simple. Let's have a look at some definitions. What I found was, when you looked at the definition of decentralized, this became interesting. No matter where you looked, it really came down to be decentralized means not to be centralized. Very helpful. But what I did find is that decentralization, as a more objective process, becomes more practical, becomes more pragmatic. It's the dispersion and distribution of functions or powers. This is something you can work with. So when you think of decentralization, it's more about a framework than looking at a definition. So if we considered a framework, what would those attributes of that framework look like? How would you be able to put your finger on something and say, yes, that thing can become decentralized? The first attribute, I'm keeping this fairly simple, is that decentralization must be possible. If I'm an asset originator and I tokenize my asset, I'm not in a position to become decentralized. The second attribute is that decentralization must improve over time. You can look at this from a sort of italic point of view and say to yourself, architecturally and from a technological standpoint, how many computers are in this network, in the system? The political side of it, how many folks are controlling these computers? And what about the social aspect? Who is ultimately guiding all these folks? So decentralization is very important in terms of it has to constantly be improving. And then last but not least, and this is a bit of a tip of the hat to Commissioner Hester-Pierce, is that decentralization should ultimately support the intended function. If it doesn't, you end up having a misappropriation of resources and really looking at a whole bunch of scams as well. But why does decentralization matter? We framed the argument, we've at least framed the construct around decentralization, but really at the end of the day, why does it matter? Well, it's about accessibility and independence. If you can create independent access to the financial global system, what does that mean? And this is a statistic that I'm sure you've heard a couple of times already, that there is 1.7 billion unbanked. And blockchain, the DeFi space, can help engage and bring those folks on chain. But to be honest, that is a large number, and it's a very remote statistic. So I want to try and bring it a little bit more closer to home. The Center for Financial Inclusion has stated that 68 million Americans are currently underserved. That means over 20% of the population cannot afford to be a part of the financial system. Generally, I end my sort of value proposition there about DeFi, but let's take it to the other side of the spectrum. What about Citibank? Citibank has around about 200 million accounts that it services around the world. Why would it be interested in a permissionless public blockchain? Why not just create a permission blockchain? It's a good idea. You have a lot of control, a lot of speed. That's fantastic. But you don't have access. You don't have access to that 1.7 billion. You don't have access to that 68 million. Because if you try to do it any other way, you're asking those folks to trust you. And that is the blocker. Again, keep in mind that when you have a look at stablecoins, Charles has given us a very thorough idea of what I call a centralized stablecoin. And what we are presenting here today is the counterpart to that, the decentralized side. And let me make it quite clear right now, they are complementary, in my view. We need as many centralized as decentralized projects as possible. So if you have a look at the space that Citibank would be involved in, well, you know, they have access to all these folks. They could turn 200 million accounts into 1 billion. That means that they're not going to be by themselves. You're going to have so many folks in that space. With the access to such a client base, you're going to have opportunity, which gives rise to innovation. You're going to have a race to the bottom in terms of consumer costs. That is really the driver of competition and efficiency, which ultimately ends with growth. This is boots on the ground jobs. This is the development of the current industries that we have and the development of new industries that come from, importantly, the intersection of blockchain, decentralized blockchain, and the traditional economy. But, with decentralization, like everything else, it's not all flowers and rainbows. There's always an issue, there's always an aversion to change. And currently, there is this misconception that decentralization is unmanageable. It is not capable of being regulated. And I would like to sort of point back to a previous statement I made about the fact that decentralization is inherent in an open and free market economy. That means we actually have the tools available to us to apply it appropriately. We just need to change our perspective in terms of how we actually apply it. If you imagine for a second decentralization as an ocean, it is really impossible to try and regulate the ocean. But you can certainly regulate the ports, the harbors, the ships, and the shipping lanes. So that's really what I call regulation at the edges, and the ships and the shipping lanes looking at the regulation of these walled gardens. So what this really requires is looking at the current tools we have and just simply saying, instead of trying to control for the ocean, why don't we try and control for how we interact or engage with it? It really comes down to looking at the control of the activity, not just the entire structure. So let's come down to a subspace of decentralized finance, or DeFi. Really, what is it? A couple of definitions are out there, but this is the one that really resonates with, I think, the broader aspect of what MakerDAO is involved with and what DeFi is trying to do. It's trying to create a new monetary and financial system built on public blockchains. Importantly, it's a system that augments, it does not replace or substitute the traditional one. I can't emphasize this enough. You do have naysayers on both sides where they say blockchain is ridiculous, let's not have it, and folks on the blockchain saying the traditional world is rubbish, let's burn it to the ground. But ultimately, there is a realization that the value to this whole equation is at the intersection of the blockchain economy and the traditional one. And then finally, this is a system, as I mentioned before, that creates value by enabling this independent access to the global financial system. Now let's get to MakerDAO. What is MakerDAO? And importantly, I need to stress that I'm introducing MakerDAO now as opposed to the beginning of the presentation, because we really need to set the stage of what decentralization is, have a working concept of what DeFi is, because then MakerDAO makes a lot more sense. And strictly speaking, MakerDAO actually is made up of two components. One, a protocol, and two, a community. And this is of the utmost importance to understand. It's the community that creates the value. We're talking about a decentralized system. It's the community that is engaged with a decentralized system that gives it the value and also permeates the value into the traditional space. So what is DeFi? Oh, sorry. We want to make it down. Where does it fit in DeFi? So if we have a look at just the Maker protocol, simply speaking, it's a decentralized protocol layer on top of the Ethereum blockchain. So it is a layer that it's applied on top of the Ethereum blockchain. It is an open source protocol that is blockchain agnostic. Very important, Charles mentioned that the consideration of Ethereum is really important, but being open to other blockchains really is vital as well. It also presses the idea of interoperability, which that's, a conversation for another time. But the fact that you're also open source leads to the underlying robustness that you have with general open source software and how you can ensure that it has a certain level of integrity and quality. And finally, most importantly, MakerDAO provides the necessary tools for the DeFi space to enable this growth of the blockchain economy. And this is something we need to dig into. And I think most folks would be taken aback by the fact that these tools that are provided by MakerDAO are the primary function of the Maker protocol, where the stablecoin Dai is actually the byproduct. So if you have a look at these tools or these functions, they really break down to three parts. There's the ability to collateralize, the transfer of assets into the protocol, the ability to generate credit. This is how the stablecoin Dai is created. And then there's a rewarding tool. In other words, there's the ability to stake your Dai and earn Dai or get rewarded with Dai on the back of that. Now, again, I need to sort of emphasize that the Maker protocol's primary function is to provide these tools to the DeFi space. Because with these tools, products and services can be created on chain. That developing economy that I've been speaking about, that gets further enhanced. But in order to facilitate the transactional value, it requires a stablecoin. And that's where decentralized stablecoin really takes full effect. But let's get to the point. How is Dai actually generated? We're talking about a decentralized system. And the best way I know in terms of explaining this is through a wonderful analogy. So let's pretend that you've got $15,000 of gold in your vault in your basement. Hard thing to do, but let's pretend. You go down to the basement, you take that gold out and you go into your study where you've just procured yourself a very nice smart vault. You stick that $15,000 of gold into that vault and close it. That vault is smart. It realizes the value that's inside the vault and in turn generates for you $10,000 of credit. You want to go on vacation, what do? You go, well, this is a great idea. I'm going to take $5,000 out, go on vacation, enjoy myself. When I come back, I go back to work, I earn my $5,000, and with a small fee, I take that money and put it back into my smart vault. The smart vault opens and allows me access to the gold. I want to pause there for a moment because there's something critical here. The gold belongs to you. The vault belongs to you. The cash belongs to you. This is the ultimate expression of decentralization. In fact, if we take this analogy and have a look at how it's applied on chain, substitute Ether for gold. And that smart contract, that vault, is really just a production of code on chain that accepts that value and assesses that generation of credit, which is Dai. So here's the important thing. Where does Dai get its value from? And this is critical. You need to start off with $15,000 in your pocket to purchase this digital asset called Ether or whatever digital asset you wish to put into this vault. That is critical. Dai does not get created from nothing. And that is really essential to not only policy, but it's also essential when you refer to CBDCs and look at stablecoins as the private market counterpart to CBDCs and by extension, central bank cash. To that end, you've purchased this asset, put it into the vault, you've generated Dai, and that Dai sources its value from a dollar-denominated asset. That's where the value comes from. That's where the source comes from. You use it as you would any other stablecoin, and when you're done with it, you bring it back to the vault, and in exchange, you get your collateral back. I made that sound binary, where in fact, you have a lot more versatility. If you only use a little, you can extract collateral out if you wish. and balance and manage your vault as you see fit. Another important distinction to make is Dai is a decentralized stablecoin. It is not algorithmic. It still requires the engagement of the community to make sure that it operates appropriately. That's why it's so important from a DeFi point of view, is that DeFi is finding its value at the intersection of the real world, where people exist and they do need to interact. So what are the takeaways? What are the conclusions from this that I wish that you guys to think about after this presentation? And that is, MakerDAO is a subset of the DeFi space. And in turn, the DeFi space is a subset of decentralization. And decentralization requires a change in perspective to see the value inherent in it and available to everyone. And that value is and does come from an open and free system that embraces this accessibility and independence. And on that note, I would like to thank you very much for your time and consideration. Over to the pilot.
Hello, okay. Did you get the deck? Thank you for that. First of all, to kick off, thank you, Commissioners, for inviting me to speak on the panel. I was advised by counsel that I should lay out a brief disclaimer that the presentation I'm about to give is a reflection of my personal views, not necessarily the views of those of JPMorgan Chase. That said, look, my name's Eddie Wen. I'm a head of digital markets at JPMorgan. I'm here to talk briefly about the JPMorgan coin. And this is a prototype stablecoin developed by my colleagues in the wholesale payment business in conjunction with our Blockchain Center of Excellence. BCOE was a group founded in 2015, really designed to explore the applicability of blockchain technologies for the bank. While I'm part of the capital markets division in the sales and trading businesses, and I'm not a subject matter expert on blockchain and DLT, I have worked with the team in examining the applicability of distributed ledger and blockchains for the bank, and we have concluded largely the most viable applications of this technology lies within either our payment space or the settlement of transactions in the back of it. And I think that's kind of reiterated with some of the earlier discussions. Now, I would also emphasize that the product I'm about to describe has not gotten full regulatory approval. It remains as a prototype and not yet live as a live service. Now, we have done production parallel testing with customers on various different implementations. The results are promising, and I think there are a lot of benefits to JPMorgan Coin that would help in enhancing some of our infrastructure. Lastly, there were also previous conversations on the panel discussing JPMorgan Coin, and we felt that some of the discussions did not properly reflect what the product offering does. So this is a good opportunity for me to kind of clarify how the product works. So that I'll move on to the next slide here. Look, some of this may be a rehash of what my previous speakers have talked about, so I'll try to make this brief. Look, in short, like the digital coin, the JPMorgan coin is a digital coin designed for instantaneous payments using blockchain. It's built on top of the Quorum protocol based blockchain network, but it can be adapted to interoperate with other protocols subject to client demand. And this product is only available to JPMorgan customers who have gone through our AML KYC process. It is a permissioned blockchain and is not available for retail use. So I think it's also good to pause here to give you a little bit of backdrop why we think this is a very useful product. And some aspect of it probably looks more like software infrastructure, which I'll talk about a little later. So the backdrop is a lot of times in our merchant services business, a lot of times when a merchant provides the goods and services that are sold, oftentimes they issue a bill for the clients to pay and some subsequent ladder process. So now both on the client as operations side have to deal with account receivables and payables, and the process of handling that is very intensive from a technology perspective and human resource perspective. And largely, we think that the ability to bundle in a ledger a transaction which involves procurement of a goods instantaneously with payments, we think that ultimately is a huge value add and a cost savings for the payment business overall. So hence, we think why this, like the JPMorgan coin, is an important infrastructure component to allow that to happen efficiently. Now, you may ask, is this coin currency or legal tender? Well, it's not money per se, right? It is a digital representation of our client's money at JPMC. In short, right, it always has the value equivalent to US dollars and is backed by the faith and credit of JP Morgan Chase. It currently is applied to the US dollars, but conceptually the technology is currency agnostic, and we can apply it to other currencies beyond the US dollars, provided the pilot continues. Now, we listed here a couple of use cases. Again, they're kind of in the payment space as well as the settlements space of various different applications. We feel that the common theme here is that having a digital asset like JP Morgan Coin represents the essential payment leg of a blockchain transaction, and it's applicable for building a variety of different applications. And if you look at it, you could call it a crypto asset, but really, does it look more like a software infrastructure to support the business that we do? And I think ultimately, if we are successful in making ubiquitous deployment of JPMC Coin internally within the bank, a lot of the applications and systems that we built in JP Morgan could be substantially simplified. So I think this is a relatively simplistic illustration of how a particular use case of the coin will work. And as I said, these coins are a digital representation of the client's money at the bank. We could break it down into 3 steps. One is the issuance process. Second is the coin transfer, and finally, then there's a redemption process which converts the coins back. So in the issuance process, the clients can instruct the debit of his JP Morgan deposit account certain amount of US dollars, and those dollars will turn into blockchain-based digital US dollars housed by JP Morgan coins. Upon the client's instructions to wish to make a payment to another JP Morgan client on the blockchain, a new ledger entry is introduced representing the debit and credit of JPMC coins between the 2 clients. And finally, if the client chooses to redeem the coins back to US dollars, they can do so and convert the coins back into their money in the deposit bank. So you can see that the repeated use case of this could be very powerful. Now, it does not use the traditional payment rails, which could be very costly and time-consuming. Blockchain provides atomicity, traceability, 24/7 operations, ease of reconciliation, and lower cost than what traditional means of payments would have been. Our operational staff may not have to spend as much time tallying up netting transactions and reconciling them with client balances upon the tally transactions. This is the core value proposition of what the coin is and how it makes it more efficient for our business. So I thought it may be helpful to kind of give a brief overview of the taxonomy, and I think Tomas may actually touch upon this in a subsequent conversation. This is actually a report that was published by the G7 Working Group recently on the taxonomy of stablecoins. There certainly is a lot of interest in stablecoins lately, and the market participants have probably recognized the inherent volatility of cryptocurrencies make it very difficult to build a payment platform on top of. As a result, there are many variants, as we heard some today, have been created, but there's important distinctions between the various different flavors. As I mentioned, the G7 Working Group published a paper, and it largely classified the stablecoins into 3 different categories, right? A depository coin, a value redemption asset-backed coin, as well a variable redemption asset-backed coin, as well as a fixed redemption asset-backed coin. The JP Morgan coin is a variant of the depository coin. It is simply just a digital representation of clients' money at the bank and is readily redeemable at par. Now, other types of stable coins may have variable or fixed redemption values. They're subject to the credit quality of the issuer, and they may be openly traded in a marketplace that fluctuates away from the underlying asset values or the asset pools that are in there. So that brings me to kind of discussions around our regulatory views and some of the core principles we think is important in the guidance and oversight of digital assets, including the stable coin. Like, we feel very strongly that regulation should be activity-based. Now, digital assets are subject to activity-based regulations. It should be regardless of the type of financial institutions that's conducting those transactions. Secondly, minimum standard for DLT networks should be established. Blockchain networks should be subject to minimum standards to reduce systemic risks. Examples such as cybersecurity risks, data privacy, and resiliency. Those type of establishing guidelines and guardrails for those would make sense to regulate this space. We also believe global consistent oversight is important in these borderless markets. We have strived for global consistency to avoid cross-jurisdictional arbitrage. If you create a service in one jurisdiction versus another, you should be subject to the same rules. And finally, ongoing regulatory engagement, and I think this is part of the reason why we're on this panel, is as the pace of technology evolves, regulators should have a means of engaging market participants on an ongoing basis to appropriately calibrate the oversight process. So I would close by the following. So the JP Morgan coin is not an attempt to replace the global payment system. It is a mechanism designed to improve it. JP Morgan's payment business is subject to the same regulatory oversight with or without the JP Morgan coin. It is a highly regulated business and will continue to be that way. However, JPM coin could reduce the operational pain points, providing greater traceability, less time and effort spent on reconciliation and other operational activities. Overall, this will translate into lower cost of service provisions for the bank as well as for our customers. And it provides a infrastructure for us to build the next generation of digital applications and services, right? And with that, I will hand it over to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I will speak about my own views, not those of the IMF or its executive board. And I've been invited to speak about stablecoins, and I'll speak about stablecoins more generally. And this is based on a paper that I published last summer with Tobias Hadrian, also at the IMF, which was the foundation actually for the G7 paper, of which I was also an author, that Eddie just mentioned. So I'm going to try to give you a bit of an overview of what stablecoins are, at least how we see them, with my co-author. So the question I would like to start with is, how do you pay for coffee? And this is really not, I'm not trying to start with a joke. This is very serious. Is how do we pay for coffee? I chose coffee maybe because I'm Italian, but so that's the most important part of the presentation. A good coffee, right? And the answer is really, with a stable store of value. So we like stable stores of value. We like to hold stable stores of value in our pocket because when the coffee costs $1, we want to be able to pull out that amount to pay for it. Vendors like to be paid in a stable store of value because what they receive, they don't want to be able to transfer immediately into something else. And so the serious part of this slide is, what is a stable store of value? We can't just take it for granted. And what I'd like to suggest is that a stable store of value is rooted first and foremost in a real good. In this example, coffee. We want to be able to pay for something. What we hold as a stable store of value needs to have, at the end of the day, allow us to pay for something. Now, that something has a price, which is expressed in a unit of account, say $1. And we pay for that good, $1, with private money, unless we pay with a dollar bill. When we pay with a bank account, when we transfer a bank deposit, it is a private form of money. Now, the fact that that $1, that face value of $1 allows us to pay for coffee today and tomorrow and hopefully next year has to do with price stability. So price stability is part of what we intend with a store of value, with a stable store of value. But there's another element to a stable store of value, and that is exchange stability. Something that we take for granted. We take for granted the fact that if we have $1 in our bank account, we can pay for coffee that costs $1. But we shouldn't take it for granted because there is this notion of exchanging the private money into a government-backed form of money, into cash, essentially. to pay for coffee. Now, you would find this perfectly reasonable if the private form of money were foreign currency. And then we would speak about foreign exchange between the foreign currency and the dollar, and before we can pay for coffee. And what I'd like to argue is that that notion of exchange stability also holds true for dollar-denominated private forms of money, such as bank deposits and stablecoins. So what I'd like to do is focus on this notion of exchange stability and leave price stability for the central bank to worry about. But nevertheless, in the context of this presentation, it's important to keep in mind that both price stability and exchange stability are part of what we intend by a stable store of value. So there are two types of private monies, collateralized and non-collateralized. So collateralized types of money are forms of money that are backed with collateral and which you can redeem against that collateral. So a bank deposit, for instance, is a collateralized form of money, such as, and so are stable coins. Uncollateralized types of money are crypto assets, bitcoins, for instance, or frankly cash. I mean, cash is not a private form of money, but it's a good representation of a non-collateralized form of money. You can't redeem cash against anything else. You come to the bank with a $20 bill, you can get 2 tens, but you can't get anything else for it. So let's focus on collateralized forms of money. And what I'd like to do is explain what a stable coin is by comparing it to a bank deposit along these 5 dimensions: denomination, exchange pledge, backstop, settlement technology, and backing asset. And I'll clarify what each of these is throughout this presentation. So let's think of a bank deposit that we call, for simplicity, B-money, bank money. So a bank deposit is denominated in the domestic unit of account. It's in dollars. It can be redeemed or exchanged at fixed face value. So if you have $10 in your bank account, you can redeem that against $10 bills, against a $10 bill. You can do that, and you believe that you can do that because there is a government backstop. Deposit insurance, lender of last resort, emergency liquidity assistance, supervision, etc. The government plays an important role in making that exchange pledge credible to you. When you transfer B-money, when you transfer accounts, deposits held at a bank to another bank, the technology is centralized. It's an account-based form of money where there is a check of your identity. Are you the rightful owner of this account? If so, yes. And then we'll transfer the money, and that transfer is settled on a centrally through the central bank, ultimately. The backing assets that the bank holds against this claim that you have can be mixed because of the government backstop. So this is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We understand that that's the world we live in. How do stable coins compare? And what I'd like to do is emphasize that there's no single stable coin, and there's no single form of alternatives. And they vary according to exchange stability. So that concept of exchange stability that I had up there on the slide is important. And what I'll discuss now is first what we call e-money, and then another form of money that we call investment money. And I'll suggest examples that vary according to exchange stability. So the first example is what we call SCBDC. Don't worry about the name. What's important to understand is that this is a form of digital money that is also denominated in the local unit of account that has an exchange pledge. So you can redeem this at face value against cash. But the backstop is private. The government is not involved. So the company that issues this liability, SCBDC, that you use for payments, has to rely on only itself to create trust. And how does it do this? Well, it does this by backing the assets. So we'll jump now to the last step here. Backing the assets with something that's very, very safe and very, very liquid. And in the most safe, in the most liquid case, that is central bank reserves. So this is a narrow bank that holds central bank reserves and issues a liability to be used for payments by you and I. And the settlement technology in this case is mixed. It can be centralized, it can be account-based, or it can be decentralized, or what I intend by decentralized is token-based, blockchain-based if you want, where your identity is no longer important, but the validity of the token is important. That is SCBDC. The next step is what currently exists and are very popular in other parts of the world, closed-loop systems. This is what Alipay and WeChat Pay are, for instance, in China. So the denomination is, again, in the domestic unit of account. There is a pledge for exchangeability, redeemability at face value. There is a private backstop, just as SCBDCs. But the only difference is that this is a centralized account-based system. So you have an account at Alipay or at WeChat Pay. And the assets that are held, well, are safe and liquid, not quite central bank reserves. Although, in the specific case of Alipay and WeChat Pay in China, the central bank has deemed this setup with safe but private assets as too risky, and has asked Alipay and WeChat Pay to hold only central bank reserves. So that example has now migrated over to SCBDC, but started out as a closed-loop systems, and there are others around the world. M-Pesa in Kenya is one that's extremely popular, that 90% of people in Kenya use for payments. Now, the last is what I call coins, for lack of a better word. You might come up with something better, and if so, let me know. It's very much the same as all the other examples I've described, except that it's now decentralized, it's token-based, and the assets held against this claim that you hold are safe and liquid assets, and they can be government securities, they can be deposits in a large bank, or other types of assets. The last type of money is what we have coined investment money, and that is a liability that is issued in its own denomination. And the redemption is no longer fixed at face value. In fact, there's no such thing as face value in a unit of account that we, such as the dollar or the euro, etc., that is a government unit of account. The redemption is variable at market value. So essentially, you get back the value of the collateral at market value whenever you decide to redeem. And here, the settlement technology is decentralized, and the assets that are backing this claim are mixed. So this is very similar to an investment fund, where you simply hold a tokenized share of the fund. There are some schemes that are very similar to this, and that we have labeled iMoney. In fact, we were public about this in our first paper. The first iteration of Libra, we thought, corresponded to iMoney as opposed to e-money, because the redemption was at a variable rate, and you were only going to get back the market value of the underlying assets at the time of redemption. Very well, so what is a stablecoin, having laid out the environment here? Well, basically a lot of stuff can be labeled as stablecoins, and that's an important takeaway, if anything, from this presentation, is that stablecoins is an extremely diverse term that captures a lot of different types of schemes. Both e-money coins, so e-money that is token-based, and iMoney as well. So never think of stablecoins as one type of product. Always look at how the underlying product is actually constructed. So, of course, we are concerned by public policy objectives and by how stablecoins might or might not satisfy these objectives, depending on the design. And again, it's very important to look at stablecoins on a case-by-case basis. We think about consumer protection, and let me just jump to the next slide here to illustrate why there can be concerns about consumer protection. Stablecoins are, after all, issued by a private company with private backing. There's no government backstop, as I suggested earlier. So there is always the question of whether a stablecoin represents a claim, a legal claim, against the underlying assets. There's the question of what happens when the issuer of the stablecoin defaults, and whether the access to the claim on the underlying assets is protected from bankruptcy. And there's always, of course, the possibility that the underlying assets are exposed to market, foreign exchange, and liquidity risks. So there is a question mark about consumer protection. I think that because of that, there's also a question mark about financial stability. If there were very large-scale redemptions out of stablecoins or movements of capital out of countries into stablecoins, whether stablecoins might facilitate bank runs in countries, in weak countries, out of their currency. There's also a question mark that is very important for the IMF, and that is whether stablecoins might undermine monetary policy control in countries with weak institutions and high inflation, where there is partial dollarization in those countries already. So people hold dollars and transact in dollars already, but doing so is relatively expensive because they need to either hold them under the mattress or hold a dollar bank account. And the question is whether dollarization in those countries might become a lot easier with stablecoins, and as a consequence, whether those countries will lose monetary policy control entirely. There are also questions about data privacy and confidentiality, obviously, who holds the data that is generated when the coins are transferred. There's a question about competition and efficiency, and I think the most important term here is interoperability. Are these new coins interoperable? If I hold coin A, can I pay somebody who holds coin B? If not, there's a question of fair competition, obviously. And there's also a question mark about financial integrity. To what extent are wallets KYC'd? To what extent are transactions, then subsequent transactions in stablecoins actually monitored? To what extent are FATF standards, are these stablecoins compliant with FATF standards? So these are the questions that we raise at the IMF with regard to stablecoins and in the regulatory community. And I think I will end with that. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to the panelists. And with that, we will open up to any questions. Since I didn't get to Gary last time, I will start off with Gary.
Working? Yep, there we go. Question for you, Steve. So it's intuitive to me why either a private or publicly or decentralized stablecoin backed by a asset in one way or another would make sense. What is the use case for a stablecoin backed by another digital asset that has tremendous volatility? What is the use case for that?
Well, the first thing is you have, using just ETH as an example, you have a limited use case. But the idea here, and with respect to MakerDAO, is to consider the fact that any collateral type could be possibly used. And that's why MakerDAO is incredibly important in terms of the intersection between the decentralized space and the traditional economy. Because if you think about something like debt factoring, you might be able to get into a point where you can tokenize invoices and you can get your financing from a decentralized space a lot quicker than you could from a traditional space. And you might even have better terms because the collateral asset comes with different parameters. This is not this doesn't live in the world of imagination and potential. Right now, there is an organization called DexFreight that's doing that for truckers. You know, someone sitting behind the wheel is pulling a payload, they invoice, and at the same time, they could flip over to another app and go, let me go and factor this invoice. I mean, again, it's in its infancy, but it's happening right now. So what MakerDAO does is it gives this broad capacity for everything from creating brokering services on top. You got to be a registered and regulated loan originator. You can wrap your business around that functionality and offer that service. In effect, imagine this entire protocol integrating into the back end of, sorry to say this, JP Morgan, Citibank, and whatever the case may be. It takes the efficiency of the blockchain, it takes the execution and settlement elements that happens at the same time from the blockchain and applies it to the ability to finance. So the use cases, working capital, capital structuring, general trading, really everything you can think about in terms of finance and insurance, you can apply using the Maker protocol.
Thanks, Tom.
So regarding some of the stablecoins, maybe this is more appropriate for Chad and for Eddie. The presentation from you, Chad, said that reserves are held in the safest financial instruments. Those instruments pay interest?
Yes.
And do the coin holders receive any of that interest?
No.
It would be interesting to understand why.
I think as soon as you begin to pay interest, it might look like a financial instrument, and that could raise potential securities issues. And so by having it tied directly one-to-one, but not having any interest rate component, the value would not fluctuate versus a physical currency dollar. And so it's not clear that you would that would alone would let you cross into a securities framework, but it's certainly a potential.
And I guess extending that concept, then you're talking about U.S. dollar, where thankfully we haven't seen negative interest rates, but there's been G20 countries with their currency operating in a negative interest rate environment. How would a stablecoin react? What would be the impact to the coin holder in a negative interest rate environment?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to deal with it in a different way. I mean, there's the means of deprecating the coin start to get a little bit tricky. And so I think that's part of the reason why you've seen a limitation in terms of stable coins being created in other G7 and G20 currencies versus the dollar. I think that the mechanism in order to be able to manage that would be around transaction fees. And you can create a mechanism to be able to do that when it's out in the wild, so to speak, against what would be the negative interest rate. So it's definitely, doable. I don't think that it's confounding per se, but it would definitely be a change from the way the token operates right now.
Okay. One last question, if I can. With respect to the instruments that are being utilized to generate interest for the issuer, would you describe those efforts as, and this is coming from a comment about security concerns or becoming a security, are those any more than just making sure that you don't have erosion due to inflation and things of this nature, or are these active investment activities being undertaken to generate outsized returns?
The goal is really safety and liquidity. And so when you think about having basically 1 week maturing T-bills, for instance, that's basically the safest thing that you could own. And so in that case, I would actually argue you're safer than a bank, because these assets are being held bankruptcy remote. They're not being used for loans, for any kind of duration risk, interest rate risk, credit risk. You actually have essentially zero risk by holding your dollars from an investment perspective with us.
Got it.
So if I may add here, our implementation of JPMC Coin is intended to be more of a digital representation of the client's money at the bank. So the questions you asked regarding negative interest rate environment, et cetera, I would make that to be no different than if they were holding the money at the bank directly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Berkowitz.
Thank you. I apologize for the extremely fundamental nature of my question here, but why can't JP Morgan, for example, do all that you're laid out to do for a stable coin for JP Coin? Why do you need JP Coin to do it? Why can't you facilitate all these customer type transactions simply with the customer and all the deposits and just have dollars go back and forth on the blockchain and whatever? Why do you need this intermediate thing called JP Coin to do that?
Well, I think partly a lot of it is technology driven. If you look at the traditional payment rails that we have, the infrastructure to facilitate payment, much of that may not necessarily can operate on a real-time basis, nor is it a natural fit for that on a distributed ledger transaction. So by representing a coin now all of a sudden on a cash leg of any transaction in the distributed ledger, you're able to accommodate that capability a lot easier. So some people think of it as this is more like software architecture to maintain our existing systems and make it more agile. I think there's certain truth to that. It makes it a lot easier to do. From a client's perspective, you want to be able to get transaction done as quickly and with atomicity, and this is the capability that allows us to do that.
Charlie.
Thanks a lot. I think this is a question for Tommaso, but it may also be a question for Stephen. Tommaso, in your definition of stablecoins, it seemed broader than I guess I traditionally think of it, and you'd said that there might be a variety of different coins that would fall into that bucket. And I'm wondering how you would view the Dai example, because if I understood Stephen you correctly, and I might not have, the argument was as long as it's collateralized, therefore Dai becomes a stablecoin. even if the collateralization is in a highly volatile, non-fiat backed digital currency, that to me strikes me as a bootstrap into stablecoins that isn't right. So would you, Tommaso, from the IMF or your own personal point of view, does that fall into the bucket as represented here, backed, I guess, ultimately by Ether, as becoming a stablecoin, or is that not a stablecoin?
I'm hesitant to comment on this particular example of MakerDAO, which I don't understand fully. But I think a lot hinges on whether there is a guaranteed redemption at face value, whether if you buy MakerDAO or any other coin, whether you're holding a coin that has a face value expressed in the domestic unit of account, and whether there is a guaranteed redemption at face value. If there is that guaranteed redemption, it would fall under the e-money category. And the question is, what guarantees, what stands behind that guarantee? What type of assets, how risky are they? How much capital is kept against in the balance sheet? That will determine the riskiness of that scheme. Nevertheless, I think the important factor is whether there is that guaranteed redemption or not. If there is not that guaranteed redemption, it would be what we call investment money, which is much more like a tokenized ownership share of an investment fund. So maybe I should let
Stephen, based on that,
based on that,
because the analogy, I would argue gold is not Ether, so I don't know that the analogy holds. So I'm trying to figure out what is the face value of $15,000 worth of Ether if the price is moving a lot? I don't get that.
Let me just, one small thing. Gold, since you brought up gold, we would categorize that as I-money, right? Because a coin that's collateralized by gold doesn't have a face value. What you get when you redeem that coin is today's value of gold. You have an ounce of gold as collateral, and when you redeem it, you get your ounce of gold back, or whatever the dollar value of that ounce of gold is. So that's I-money for us.
Essentially, there's two parts to this that we need to investigate. The first one, and I did bring this up to Tommaso in a previous panel that we were on, is that the idea of guaranteed payment and the consideration of the underlying assets is a very centralized point of view. It really is a case of saying you're constructing something independent of the person or the organization using it. And what I'm trying to express here today is that decentralization is very much pointed at the fact that it is you and the protocol. There is no counterpart. There is no counterparty risk. And from the collateral point of view, the idea of looking at gold just becomes a lot more tangible. It gives you a sense of what this asset is. As to the analogy that gold is Ether, you're correct. I'm not trying to make that equivalence. What I'm trying to say is that you have a dollar-denominated asset. That is in essence what we're talking about. And a dollar-denominated asset that you own, that you put into your own vault, as it were, a smart contract on-chain that you own, and to generate credit that is yours, is really the point that's trying to be made here. Now, to the previous question from Mr. DeWall was, what is the use cases here? Well, Ether is a good example because we are familiar with it. And that familiarity brings us to this blockchain space. But what if for a moment you did have a crypto native asset that did have a good sense of stability and did represent some sort of commodity? Let's say you had on-chain nickel or on-chain cobalt. And you could use that as the asset that goes into this particular vault. Again, this is really where it comes down to the spectrum of choice, where on the one side you have centralized capability, and I really want to emphasize again, this is about consumer choice. If you wish to go to the bank and use a bank account and stay with the system, great. If you wish to have the ability to do this yourself, that also should be now a consideration. And what DeFi does, it brings that. It brings that with transparency. It brings that so that when you consider how you're going to raise working finance for yourself, how you're going to capitalize your organization on chain, all of this becomes very much a possibility. But it is dependent on the protocol and its stakeholders to figure what collateral types should be used and under what parameters and under what conditions.
Thanks. Now I'll go to Yesha for the last question.
Thank you very much for an excellent panel. So my question is really, I think, for Chad and Eddie. And in terms of thinking about how you deal with fragilities in the underlying blockchain. In particular, when we see Ether, for example, it's very popular. It's used widely for various types of coin. And that has created concerns about potential difficulties, latency, delays that might exist within the blockchain itself. It's what put pressure on that blockchain. So when you have so much dependence on the Ether blockchain for Paxos in particular, how do you deal with the fact that potentially there may be fragilities in the underlying blockchain, that users may default in large volumes to using the dollar-denominated system as a whole? And the second question I had was in relation to the fact that we do have an immutable blockchain for Ether, and the fact that you are regulated. How do you deal with errors that exist, for example, fat finger trades or Herstatt risk or fraud and clawback that might be necessary from time to time? How do you account for that in your own systems, and in particular with respect to the calibration of the collateral that you keep to back up the Paxos coin or JPM?
Yeah, so I think there's two components. Certainly Ethereum has a network effect to it right now. And so most people are using Ethereum as a smart contracting layer. It's by no means the only protocol for this. I think there's a tremendous amount of capital and intellectual work being done on how you can both increase the speed of Ethereum, but around other chains as well. And ultimately for Paxos as an issuer, we're being responsive to our customers. If they would like us to issue on other chains, and we certainly have gotten interest to do that, we will. And so we're by no means tied to Ethereum. I think from a practical perspective, at 17 transactions per second, which is where Ethereum is at, that couldn't run all of the world's transactions. I don't think anyone believes that. It certainly needs to do a lot of maturing in order to be able to be more useful. But on the other hand, you haven't really hit capacity constraints in a way that's been truly debilitating. There's been examples where bottlenecks have happened. They've increased block sizes. And so certainly if there was a big adoption, which would be great, I think we all think that's fantastic, there will have to be either some solutions around what are so-called second layer and lightning networks and channels, or usage of other chains. And we're certainly very open to both of those. I think 17 transactions per second, to put that within some kind of framework, Visa's at maybe 1,700 transactions per second. Stellar, which is another chain, is at, like, I think it's 150. So there, you couldn't run, just to be really clear, you could not run the entire world's payment economy or otherwise on a decentralized, open public blockchain right now. And I don't think anyone believes you can. But I do think this is an engineering problem that is solvable. And there's a lot of headway being made every day, every month. And so I think it'll be a question of adoption versus innovation here in terms of being able to match that in the case of Ethereum. But there are a lot of different chains that can be used. Some of them are built specifically around solving the problem of payments, as opposed to maybe solving the problem of smart contracting, which Stephen's been talking about here. And so you might not even be in a world where one chain does it all. And I think that's fine because you create interoperability. And I think your second question is around how are we managing risk around compliance and other things. So just to go back and Herstatt risk, et cetera. So we don't really have, we're not trying to take bank risk here. We have some limited bank risk for the on-ramps and off-ramps when people send us money. We're taking that money and we're sweeping it either into a network of banks where you have FDIC insurance, or into T-bills, or into T-bill over-collateralized reverse repo. So in any case, you're taking almost no risk, just really U.S. government risk and no interest rate risk. This is very, very safe. This is far safer than money held in a bank. And we've done that very specifically because we want to make sure that it's $1 on a blockchain that you can always redeem. And so that's how we tried to manage that risk. Now there's a second risk, which is the money is moving out from Paxos onto the public blockchain. And we monitor the blockchain. We have tools to do that. They're very advanced. You can understand what's happening. And then there's a second component, which is we have a specific feature in our smart contract that allows us to seize and freeze, which we deliberately put in with our regulator, that allows us to freeze a wallet and seize funds in it if we receive a jurisdiction from a lawful subpoena. We can't do it on our own. It's very clear, in the terms and conditions. By the way, this is true of almost every smart contract. Whoever creates a smart contract has a lot of control over it. We've just been very explicit about when we would adjust a smart contract, and it would only be if there was a lawful subpoena from a jurisdiction. Otherwise, it is able to be moved around, and we try to monitor to make sure that everything is being used correctly. I think the onboarding and the offboarding provide a lot of that protections as well.
So if I may add, the capacity constraints questions, it's an interesting one, and we do work on making sure that the infrastructure can cope with the capacity in terms of the utilization we'll have, and that's no different than many of the applications the firm builds for processing client transactions. To Charles' point, it is an engineering problem, and there are ways to kind of optimize, parallelize, and achieve greater scale, but the usage can be incremental and how we onboard more customers, and the load factor can be controlled. So it's not that we will turn on everybody all at once onto the platform, whether they will be gated and onboarded accordingly based on the capacity that's available. And further, the implementation is technology agnostic. You can actually re-implement it to a different types of protocol underneath. We have discussed some of those, we haven't done it, but the ability for it to be protocol agnostic is also an important aspect of these tools so that we can adapt as needed. Now, the second question regards to kind of the on-ramp risk. How do you make sure that those fat finger issues and controls do not affect this? Well, I would say because it's a closed permission network, what we're trying to construct, it is no different than how a person building a digital application, submitting a payment, would interact in the same control processes would apply for us in our case, and how our interpretation will work. And a lot of times, part of the reasons that we're waiting for regulatory approval is essentially the process of verification and making sure things work and can scale, is onerous, and we would subject to the same level of controls we have for JPM Coin versus any other applications that we build.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And now let's move on to the third panel before we take a break for lunch. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. ISDA will be presenting on some applications of the ISDA Common Domain Model. And presenting on behalf of ISDA will be Ian Sloyan, the Director for Market Infrastructure and Technology at ISDA. Ian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the committee for inviting me here today. Before we get to the applications of the CDM, I'm going to start from the start and explain what it is, because I've already had that question this morning. So let's get started with that. If we think about the market infrastructure that exists, this is a very basic diagram of how we see the sort of infrastructure of the derivatives markets, but any markets really. We have a number of different entities with relationships, a trading venue where a trade might be executed, a bank facing a corporate hedging transaction, clearinghouse, securities depositories, custodian bank, trade repository. The problem we have is that all the information that's being exchanged is on different formats and different standards. There are some standards that are used for exchanging this information, but at every point in the chain, we see people storing information in different ways. At the same time, whenever changes are made to this data through the life cycle of the trade, we see that those changes are made in different ways, which causes a lack of consistency to the records. We've many different agencies and services involved in this part of the market. So the CDM, I want to put it in context of what ISDA is doing. So ISDA provides standards for the derivatives markets through our well-known legal framework and the master agreement, the definitions, etc. In order to sort of digitize these markets and make standards work better, we need to see things in sort of a flow of three steps. We need to standardize the legal documentation and best practices in a way that then can be digitized. And then once they're digitized, we need to distribute them so people use them and implement them consistently. So in that vein, we have a number of initiatives at ISDA at present on the legal side to try and standardize some of the clauses found in certain parts of the documentation where bespoke language is typically negotiated. Then on the digital front, to digitize these clauses and best practices, we have the CDM, which I'm going to talk about today. We have ISDA Create, which is a platform for negotiation of ISDA documentation, primarily the credit support annexes required for the new initial margin rules. We also have an FPML data standard for messaging, which is used to send information to trade repositories and for other purposes such as confirmation. So the CDM is what I want to talk about today. The key sort of aspect of the CDM is the distribution mechanism. The CDM is not supposed to be a new standard, a new format. It's a model, and it's a model which we want to distribute in as many languages as possible so that people will be able to implement it. So let's talk about the CDM in a bit more detail. So as I said, it's a model. The key part is the third word of the CDM. It's a model for the products, calculations, and events that happen in derivatives markets. It's presented as data and functions in the model, and then we present it in what's called a composable model, i.e. we use basic components to build more complex things. That's as deep on the technical design that I'll go into. The key aspect, as I mentioned, was that we want this model to be used and implemented as natively as possible. So we try and distribute the model in different languages for ease of implementation and consistent implementation, because that's the purpose of the CDM, is to try and get the legal clauses and best practices on the left-hand side of the previous slide to be implemented consistently. And that's the main goal. So how do we do that? Well, I'm going to call out a legal definition here from the 2006 is the definitions. The green text is copied and pasted from the definitions. It tells you how to calculate the floating amount on an interest rate swap. And then at the very bottom, which is in blue highlighted, is the code for implementation of that calculation. I'm not sure, maybe reading the green text is easier for a lawyer, but the implementation is more consistent if we use code. So this is the CDM code, which can drive consistent implementation of the floating amount, which may be the cause of breaks if someone misinterprets the legal definition. So the CDM, a model distributed, hopefully so that people can implement consistently. Now I'm going to talk about some of the applications, because that was what was promised to be the focus of today's presentation. But those collateral and reporting are just two of the applications which we're working on at the moment. So I just want to mention where they fit in some of the other priorities. And these are sort of short-term priorities for the first half of this year, really. So we're working on an implementation of the CDM for interest rates clearing processes, and how do we move a trade to clearing. And we're working with some of the clearing houses involved in those markets to work on that, and they will be implementing that part of the model. Collateral data and processes, which I'm going to go through in more detail. We've developed an equity swap model or equity derivatives model, which we're currently enhancing. That's already been worked on with a company who are working on the implementation of equity swaps on DLT. So that's one sort of example where a company can take our code and implement it on their system. Regulatory reporting, which is going to be the demonstration. I'm going to run a short video to show you how we've tackled CFTC reporting. The digitization of ISDA definitions, as alluded to on the previous slides. That's something that we're very keen on working on at ISDA at the moment, and we're looking at, in particular, some of the areas around benchmarks, IBOR transition, fallback mechanisms, and how maybe the CDM code could allow implementation of those fallbacks in a more consistent way, rather than just publishing the PDF document to tell people how the fallback should work. We're also working, we do brand the CDM as the ISDA CDM, but we are broadening that community and partners by speaking to other trade associations, people involved in other markets who have seen the sort of initial work we've done and pilots we've done, are impressed and would like to deploy a similar approach in their markets. So, but as I said, we're going to focus on collateral and reporting in the rest of the presentation. So I want to talk about, at a very high level, the benefits of having a consistent model and where these two examples fit in. So there's three themes that I like to kind of focus on in regards to CDM benefits. So enables interoperability and removing the burden of setting up connections between the entities we saw on that first slide. Hopefully that's quite clear. If we have one consistent model for the data and another consistent model for the processes which operate on that data, it should improve interoperability and it should remove the burden of setting up connections to new systems. And the collateral workflow is possibly an example which I'll be able to demonstrate in a moment. Transparency between regulators and market participants. Again, the regulatory reporting example fits into this benefit. And finally, which I don't want to lose sight of, the ability for the CDM to speed up the development of new solutions for markets that it pertains to, for this domain. We can allow providers to focus on technology rather than asking them to understand the market. And hopefully I can show you in a bit more detail with this slide. So if we think of how the products are brought to market today, people have to research the business domain, they have to gain subject matter expertise, they have to design their own proprietary model to solve the problem, they have to implement that model on technology, and then they need to convince the market that the solution is reliable and consistent with market practices. And then the next group comes along in green and does the same thing. The outcome are two systems which may not talk to each other, even if they must do for some purposes. Using something like the CDM and making it available to the market in an open manner so that it can be used means that they just need to learn about the CDM, and then they can take the components that they need to build their system and implement them in building their solution on their technology. So if they've got a really good distributed ledger, if they're really good at privacy for cloud, whatever it may be, they can focus on that and not on the domain expertise which we can give to them based on the expertise of ISDA's members. And then the outcome is that with those systems that use that common domain model, they should be interoperable at the points where they need to be. So by deploying the CDM, we believe new systems will have interoperability, a shorter time to market, and association with a recognized market standard from ISDA, and based on the subject matter expertise, obviously, of our members. Now, I want to go into the interoperability and STP with specific relation to collateral, and I'm going to show you some of the components and some of the code we've worked on for that. So to think about this in a bit more detail, when a trade is executed on a venue or over the phone or whatever way it may be, the information is agreed at that point. Both sides seem to know what they're talking about and believe that they're agreeing to some terms. The terms tend to be stored then and captured in the systems in different ways. And then at each point throughout the life cycle, and this is what the left-hand side of the screen is supposed to show, that each event is executed in a different way. So we have the new trade stored and executed in a different way between the bank and the client. The increase is then executed in a different way if they're increasing the position. Margin and collateral processes are implemented differently and processed differently, possibly referencing a different format of where they store the CSA. One might be on paper and the other one might be in a PDF folder somewhere. And then finally, the trade comes to maturity, and the maturing of the trade might be done differently. This all causes breaks and reconciliations that are required. Well, if we can give people code that they can implement in the form of the CDM, market participants can implement the same code for each part of the event. They don't need to be using the same system. We're not talking about necessarily a system, but that will be probably a good way to implement it. But we can give them very formal rules as code that they can implement so that each step in the process is done consistently. And moreover, we can use a standard way of representing the trade when it's captured. We can also store the CSA information in a standard way too. So looking specifically at the collateral management process and life cycle, we're looking at the CDM and developing the CDM for a collateral model, let's call it broadly, for the CDM, where we can provide a standard digital reference data form of the CSA, which can be used to store CSA information consistently. We also have ISDA-Create, which allows the execution of that collateral documentation and other documentation in time in a consistent manner. Collateral eligibility, how do you identify eligible assets for collateral, is something that isn't standardized today. There's an initiative at ISDA which is working on that, and we are at the same time taking the output of the standardization work and putting it into the model and reviewing it digitally in the model so that we can distribute that out as a digital model that people can implement. Connecting different systems in the collateral lifecycle with consistent data model is a prerequisite for any automation. You can't run smart contracts if things aren't consistently described and connected. And that's what the diagram on the right shows, where ISDA-Create, where the CSA document could be executed, it could come out in CDM form, go to the various vendors in the market infrastructure, and they all, whatever part of the puzzle or process they are part of, where they do interact, they'll be interacting with consistent data standards. Finally, inconsistent calculations cause breaks and disputes. Day count fractions are often misinterpreted in implementations and cause breaks that are settlement breaks that people have to resolve. That's a cost that we don't believe is necessary. In the same way, calculations on CSAs tend not to be implemented consistently, and there's disputes and inconsistencies there of settlement which cause problems. So we're also working on that. So I'm not going to go into too much detail because the diagrams can be a little bit scary, but we've taken the CSA 2016 IM and VM CSAs in the case of New York law, and we've coded them into the CDM. We're working on the 2018s at the moment and other documents that are currently found on ISDA-Create. We can create standard data model for those, and that's on the right-hand side is basically a screenshot of the graphical navigation of our CDM portal, where we have a model for these documents. Eligible collateral, as I said, is a problem, and this is sort of the nascent work on a collateral eligibility model that could hopefully align custodians and other market participants and vendors to come around to having the same standard model for how they describe these assets, because it's really just an instrument identification problem when you get down to it. In the CSAs at the moment, that's a free format eligible collateral schedule. There is no standardization there. We would like the digital form of these documents to have this module kind of inserted for a standard digital way to describe collateral. The calculation text, this is pretty hot off the press. I think the guys just released it the other day. This describes how you calculate the delivery amount for initial margin from a 2018 IM CSA. There's the legal text on the left, and on the right is the code that will get you the same performance, hopefully. It was written with our ISDA's internal lawyers and developers sitting around the table, and I think it probably took about a couple of afternoons to get the lawyers to understand what the developers were talking about. But by the end of it, I think it was a very, very powerful message that the lawyer involved turned around and said, "I really understand the code now." So that's a positive. But this is the sort of thing that we can deliver with the documentation, a code implementation which allows consistent implementation of that for the purpose of smart contracts and automation, etc. Okay, putting it all together, looking at what we have. So we could negotiate the CSA on is to create. The CDM form of the CSA could come out of is to create, and then we have a model for the calculation, the collateral selection, the posting of the security. These are all components of the CDM that exist today. So if someone was building such a system, or multiple parties were building systems across that life cycle, we could give them the CDM model components so that they could implement them. All right, so that's it on the collateral application. I want to talk about regulation and reporting now. So how do we implement, how does the market implement regulation today? So regulators publish rules, and trade associations such as ISDA work with members to try and interpret the rules and then develop best practices which can be supplementary to the rules to allow people to implement them consistently. Those tend to take the form of artifacts such as best practice documents or spreadsheets, which we host on ISDA's website, or indeed the rules themselves, which take the form of being on the Federal Register. Industry participants then read those rules, they read the best practices, and in totality come together on an implementation that their developers implement. It doesn't always meet the necessary levels of data integrity, of consistent implementation that we'd expect from what are often very prescriptive rules. Whatever happens between the best practices and the rule writing and the developer implementing the system, there is too long a chain, and there's too much of different interpretation happening. And what we'd like to do is see a much more consistent level of implementation and interpretation of those rules. So how can we do this? Well, we can use a model such as the CDM to represent the rules as code, and we can operate on the data, the transaction data, which is already in the CDM form, and then project from the CDM form of that data to the regulatory requirement. It may be the CFTC reporting rule, or it could be some other type of regulation. So the idea is that the CDM can implement the rules and best practices and allow people to implement them across the industry in a much more consistent way, reducing that interpretation risk from the developer's point of view by giving them code they can implement and components they can implement in their systems, rather than having them have to read something that a business analyst has put together based on a lot of industry discussion, and hopefully that will improve the data integrity. Now, we did this last summer as part of the digital regulatory reporting pilot with the Bank of England and FCA. We were approached to see if the CDM would be a potential way to explore digital regulatory reporting in that pilot. We were successful in applying it to EMIR and MiFID rules, and it was quite successful. The outcome is that I think a lot of our members are very excited about this new way of developing or working on best practices around reporting. And with the idea to come here today, we took some of the CFTC rules and have a demonstration of how those could be implemented in the same way. And we took some trade data from the public tape and developed a prototype of the Par 43 reporting rules. Now, these are based on the reporting rules as they were before the publication last week of the updates, but we'll hopefully demonstrate the power of what we can do here. So we define a report, so you could maybe think of that top level of text and the bottom level as the table that you find in the annex to the reporting rules. We can define different parties as part of this. So we've defined the CFTC based on I think the the definition found on the CFTC webpage. We can define the standard, the actual format that the report needs to be generated in. So in this case, the FPML SDR message specs. And then we have each field, and each field can then have a logical rule related to it to show you how to fill in that field, so to speak. So we're going to look at one example here where asset class is a field that needs to be filled out on the Part 43 public report. And we're going to fill in some rationale here where we could, note or annotate where ISDA maybe has provided some supplementary best practice to the actual reporting rule, and we could tell or note, I'd say, what we're doing here and why we've implemented this logic in a very transparent way. As I mentioned, this code exists in the CDM. The CDM is made available publicly, and here we have where the system, and this is a basic implementation, where we have the code running against real example trades. So we've created a data set of example trades, which we are creating the reports from. These, the top 5 reports there are real data from the public tape that we observed. And we constructed a sort of CDM form of those to project out to the report. You can see there, using the tools we have here, we can live update the reporting rules. So CR is going to change to credit. But you can see how, if you wanted to explore certain impacts of new rules or different changes, what they might look like if we had a large data set with which to test against. Now, this is obviously only a very much a prototype. Here's an example we found in the SDR data, trivial perhaps, but the price notations are all noted to, there's no specification about how many decimal places the price should be reported to. So you can see that people have different numbers of decimal places through just writing a basic rule in to filter, should I say, the price notation. We can set the format to 2 decimal places, and you can see that can be updated. And that's the sort of thing that ISDA could help members implement in real time to try and help the consistent implementation of the reporting rules. So that's the end of the demo. There's a link to that which I will share with the committee after. I think we wanted to really just get the point across regarding the regulatory implementation. We at ISDA and our members believe that there's a potential to approach regulation in a different way and sort of shift the paradigm so that we can work together with regulators and build test implementations, get lots of data, show what the application of the rules will look like, and then iterate on that over time to reach a better regulatory outcome. Indeed, at this juncture with the new CFTC reporting rules, we think there's a potential for an industry project run through ISDA or perhaps with other organizations to try and achieve that. And that's something we'll be exploring with our members regards to the new CFTC reporting rules. Now, questions?
Thank you, Ian. Very helpful. Seems like a very sensible approach. I guess I'll start with the first question. You're talking about making the code publicly available. Is this a true open source model, or is there some other way that you're going to make it available?
The code is open source. It is available for download in all those different distributions, different languages as people need. It isn't under Apache 2 license. It's under a different open source license, and it's obviously, but it is completely open source for people to use in their implementations. Indeed, they have been. Yeah.
Thank you. Hymera.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier, one of the things designed to help remediate was the idea that people would have potentially different ways of calculating the information. Does the code actually become part of the contract, or how is that treated in terms of, do they just agree to it, or is it actually incorporated within the context of the contract?
So I think the CDM will exist as kind of an implementation layer. So those components are not part of the contract per se. I think over time, as the sort of smart contracts topic matures, perhaps it will be by reference to a specific piece of code, but the CDM is intended to help implementers implement in the way they do today. So there's systems built today that do calculations, which are not necessarily, that code is not part of the contract, not part of the confirmation of the trade. But over time, I think the smart contracts topic, and as people look at that and sort of is the contract code, is something that this code could be incorporated to.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Ian. And I think with that, we will take a break for lunch. We are expecting to be back here at 1:30 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, we'd like to call the TAC meeting back to order, and I'll turn it over to Richard.
Thank you very much, Megan. I would now like to turn to our next panel, in which we will hear an overview of the insurance market for crypto custodians and how the insurance market is driving best practices, and a discussion on why multi-party computation, or MPC, may be a promising solution to some of the challenges around custody. Our presenters this afternoon are Jim Knox, Managing Director for Technology and Communications Industry Regional Practice Leader at Aon, and Itai Mallinger, Co-founder and CEO of Curve. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jim and Itai.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm very grateful for that. In case there's a lingering malaise due to food exposure at lunch, I'm going to open some opening statements that might get your attention. It is my belief that insurance is absolutely critical to the digital asset space. It's my further belief that without a robust participation by the insurance companies partnering in the digital asset space, the space will not scale to its full potential without the insurance companies fully embracing the space. So just open with that. Start off with some slides. Historically, there have been some losses in the space, some unfortunate incidents with stealing and hacking of some significant losses. List here, list the digital assets stolen from exchanges that have been highlighted in the past, some pretty big headlines with the exchanges that have been hacked. Next slide goes into the ICOs, some of the reputed fraud that's been involved with some of the ICOs, a lot of headlines being made here as well. And the net effect of all these headlines, whether it's the fraudulent activity with the ICOs, whether it's the exchanges that have been hacked and some massive amounts of money stolen from the exchanges in the crypto or digital asset space, the net effect is that it's had a very chilling effect on the insurance industry. It's had an effect on the terms that are being offered to companies in the digital asset space, on the amount of limits that's being offered, and the type of insurance that's being offered. So all this bad news, this negativity, has had a chilling effect on the insurance space. Obviously, it's not been lost on the regulators. We have comments up here by several regulators, notably Mr. Chairman Giancarlo from the CFTC, about how they will strictly enforce fraudulent activity in this space. Insurance companies are aware of this. I'm sure they're appreciative of these headlines, but the losses still remain out there, and it's had an effect on the insurance companies. So I want to just talk a little bit about, anecdotally, some of us here with gray hair who've been around for a while. I remember in the late 90s, something called the internet first came out. Back then, I was working for a company called Zurich Insurance. I was a young, fresh D&O insurance underwriter, and on my desk, I was receiving about 20 applications a day, sometimes more, from companies that were seeking to make a splash on this thing called the internet. And many of these companies that we were underwriting, or at least evaluating for directors and office insurance purposes, it was wild speculation with these companies. There was no clear path to revenue with these early internet companies. They were being successfully, wildly funded, though, with no clear path to success, no clear revenue model, no profitability in sight, but they were wildly funded. I would say about 2 years later, of maybe 90% of the internet companies that we underwrote for, say, directors and office insurance, about 90% were gone. You know, burning cars on the side of the road, they would just evaporate, disappeared. So what's happening now is, fast track 20, 30 years later, some of those young professionals back then who were underwriting those type of risks in the internet space 30 years ago. They're now senior managers at the insurance companies, and they're now listening and they're hearing and they're talking about this new technology called blockchain, somewhat new in the space. And they have long memories. And they remember what happened back in the day when a lot of these insurance companies took a hit, some severe losses with the early internet and some of the iterations that happened back then with those companies. So what we've done now is it's becoming more and more of a robust place, the digital asset space, the blockchain space. So this slide here, what does it demonstrates from a prospective insurance company, they're looking at several metrics here. So the first top of this chart shows you the typical types of insurances that are going to be offered by an insurance company for a company in the digital asset space. So the green, yellow, and red is meant to indicate the green is obviously easier to obtain insurance, yellow is a little challenging, and the right side, the red, is a bit more challenging. So things like surety bonds are quite easy to obtain in the marketplace if you have a need for an MTL license. Cold storage is where you take that, and if I'm preaching to the choir, if you know this, indicate, but cold storage, if you take that digital asset, you download it off the internet, you put it into a hard drive, a UBS stick or HSML, it's off the internet, it's very cold. Specie insurance is a very interesting concept. Specie insurance has been around for 100, 200 years. 100, 200 years ago, if you had a Monet or a bar of gold, and if you stored that hard asset, that gold, in a vault or some type of area that was protected, specie insurance is meant to cover the exposure associated with securing that hard asset. When Mt. Gox happened several years ago, we were helping some of the companies in the digital asset space, some of the earlier companies. And when the Mt. Gox headlines came out, the insurance industry had a chilling effect on the insurance companies. They started to back away when they saw what happened with Mt. Gox, because there's some serious money involved in that, some losses. So we at Aon, we had to come back to the table. We had to bring the insurance companies back because we had clients who had needs. And we had to think a little outside the box and say, how do we bring these insurance companies back to the table to offer our clients insurances when you have things like Mt. Gox and there's bad headlines going on? So not myself, I'd like to take credit, but I can't. But somebody at Aon said, why don't we use a specie analysis and apply it to digital asset space? Why not apply the same logic if you're insuring a bar of gold or a Monet paint that's being stored somewhere in a secured place? Why not apply that logic to a UBS stick that has a Bitcoin on it, or a hard drive, or HSML that has all these digital assets on them and they're secured safely away off the web? So we did that. We successfully did that. So now there's a insurance out there called specie insurance, which frankly is being used by a lot of the companies now in the digital asset space for cold storage. You have cyber insurance, you have technology, errors and omission insurance, and you have directors and officers insurance. The three in the middle there on the yellow on the top, cyber, technology, E&O, and D&O, almost all those insurances are being purchased today by companies in digital asset space. Then you have on the right side, the far right side, crime hot wallet cover. Not an easy insurance cover to obtain. Much, much more due diligence is done on this type of insurance by insurance companies. It is available. We currently do help our clients obtain hot wallet cover. I will tell you that for some reason, I can speculate why. When it comes to hot wallet cover insurance, almost primarily the only place you're going to find that insurance is with the London markets right now. Not the US markets, they have not fully embraced it. The crime insurance for hot wallet cover is almost uniquely a London solution right now, London insurance markets. A lot of Lloyd's syndicates are participating in that. If you look at the bottom side of that slide, we're talking about the type of companies out there in the space who are seeking the insurances. And we're talking about companies that are using blockchain technology purely, say, for its own intrinsic value, meaning if they're using a blockchain technology for a logistics company or real estate company, much easier to obtain insurance for that type of use. Security tokens, interesting area. It's a CFTC, so I won't get too involved with securities here. But if it's declared a security, you're acknowledging that we're not going to play games with the regulators. We're going to call this security and treat it as such. You can obtain insurance. Some of your traditional asset managers, advisors obtain insurance. When it starts getting a little bit tricky is the companies that are in the digital asset space are actually they're actually dealing day-to-day with the tokens and the assets. When you're talking broker-dealers, custodians, exchangers, miners, insurance companies they start to get a little bit squeamish because they view more exposure there. You're dealing with these tokens, these assets. You could be tripping regulatory issues. There could be security issues if they're stolen, these tokens. That starts to get a little bit more challenging to the insurance companies. Far right side, initial coin offerings, it's a dead subject. Some companies now are trying the SAF method with offerings and other methods, but it's almost a dead issue as far as if you're an ICO company looking for insurance, good luck, God bless you. Not today. Here are some of the issues that the insurance companies are factoring when they're evaluating whether or not to underwrite a company in digital asset space. Uncertain regulatory environment has an impact on the American and London insurance markets. Perceived reputational risk, you saw some of the headlines that happened earlier. My personal belief is that a lot of the insurance companies, particularly in America, the US insurance companies are on the sidelines right now. They're on the sidelines in the digital asset space because a lot of the senior executive management there are not going to support, put out terms, and if, God forbid, there's a major loss, a major hack, and it's on their watch, potentially could go back and hurt them. I personally think that's why a lot of insurance companies, it's one reason, a simplistic reason, but a lot of insurance companies are on the sidelines right now. There's regulatory issues they're very concerned about. They're concerned about, frankly, it's a developing space, but by comparison, it's a fairly new space. And because of that, there's not a lot of claims history, there's a lot of loss history developed that the actuarials for these insurance companies can evaluate and make a determination on this risk. So the fact that it's somewhat a nascent industry somewhat has an effect on the insurance companies. Limited loss history, like I described. The negative press has a huge effect on the insurance industry. And again, people are very hesitant to put the name out for a risk if God forbid, there's going to be a loss. Some of the coverages considered, we talked about this briefly. Most of your insurance offerings out there for companies in digital asset space are directors and officers insurance. You have cyber, you have technology, errors and omissions, which covers the issues regarding the technology platform that a company is using. Investment advisors and crime insurance. All these different types of offerings are out there for the markets. As far as the actual markets who offer these insurances, this gives you an idea of what we're facing. The D&O insurance marketplace, if you look at the primary, which means on the right side up top it says primary, that's the first insurance company that will take that first layer of insurance, and they have what we call the burn layer, if you will, if there's a claim that comes in. So they're the ones that are on the ground from $1 if a claim comes in. So you see Lloyd's there, which is, again, the Lloyd's of London market, which is very big in the area, very supportive. You have some other markets as well. What's interesting is in that first layer of insurance, that first tranche there, you don't see the big names in the insurance space. Again, because all the bad news, the negative press, regulatory uncertainty has had a chilling effect on the insurance market. So on the digital asset space, as far as D&O, and then it's crime. As far as crime, interesting, the top right quadrant there, Lloyd's, the only marketplace right now for crime insurance for hot wallet coverage. There are some American markets that may attach at a very, very high level if a company's buying $100, $200 million worth of hot wallet insurance. But you don't see a lot of purchases that size. E&O market, very similar. Again, you see Lloyd's as the primary player. You have Munich Re and some others. Then you have some others down below. Someone made a comment to me a while ago, and I do believe it's very true. I like to think that the insurance industry is driving best practices in the digital asset space. And why? For the following reasons: that if you do not have your house in order as a digital asset company, you will not get insurance. And in order to get the insurance, you have to have very, very, very good, robust compliance procedures in-house. If you're dealing with the regulators, you have to let the insurance companies know where you are with the regulators. How are you doing with them? Is your timeline good to meet all the requirements with them? You must have very, very good KYC, AML in-house procedures. If you don't have that, you will not get insurance. And there's a host of items here on this slide that shows you just how deeply the insurance companies are going to do a dive into your company, their diligence, and ask you exactly what's going on with your company. What are your best practices? What's going on to get that insurance? So with that, I'll leave it at that, but thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much. Somebody can put this down, put this up, I think they said. Let's go to you.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Itai Malinger. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Curve. We're a digital asset security company, a tech company based in New York. And I'm going to touch on some of the points that you heard from Jim around digital asset security. So insurers are trying to evaluate the security posture of their customers that want to buy insurance. We'll talk a bit about the evolution of security for digital assets and the challenges that they pose, specifically the challenge of securing private keys. I assume you all know that private keys are those secrets that enable to sign transactions on a blockchain. And they pose a very significant challenge of a trade-off between security and liquidity. And solutions today are very difficult to get insurance for, but also impractical to scale. We'll then present, it's going to be a bit technical, but we will present some teasers around the latest and greatest in cryptography to enable to address those challenges. So multi-party computation, zero-knowledge proofs, and an example of a protocol called Diffie-Hellman. And then we'll circle back and talk about what this means for custody and for digital asset security. So as we mentioned, private keys are a single point of failure as long as you talk about digital asset security. And since it's easier to get insurance for cold storage compared to hot wallets, as was just mentioned, the reason is that it is perceived to be actually more secure, specifically from adversarial attacks. But when you think about what are the attack vectors around digital assets, it can be, of course, the first thing that comes into mind is an adversarial cyber attack, right? Hackers getting into a hot wallet and stealing the funds. But it can also be an insider threat, of course. The people that you trust most that have access to a cold storage vault in that case, once they are within that cold storage facility and have gone beyond all the authentication mechanisms to that cold storage vault, they have full access to the entire liquidity of your company. So do you really trust those people to get in, and how can you construct a way to better protect from those insiders? And finally, because the private key is the holder of the identity on the blockchain, right? The private key is the way to generate your identity on the blockchain so that you can receive assets. Losing a private key means losing the ability to make transactions, and you have seen that as well. So it's not, there are many cases that you've heard about, such as cases in which people lost their keys. A loss of keys means the keys are there forever. They were not stolen. There's no hacker who got the assets. There's no employee who stole the assets, and yet, mathematically, it will not be possible to retrieve those assets in the near future. So really quickly, I'll go over the existing solutions. I think these are terms that most of you have heard in the past. But you'll see this trade-off between the more liquid solutions that enable you to withdraw funds quickly versus the more secure solutions that enable you to keep the assets more secure, especially from adversarial threats, right? So there's, of course, a wallet is the infrastructure to secure the keys. So it can be either software-based or hardware-based. Hardware are HSMs, if you heard about that term. It can be a consumer-based piece of hardware or more enterprise-grade. But of course, that the software-based solutions, since they are based on software, they can be more flexible to address many consumers trying to withdraw funds. Another trade-off is between hot wallets and cold wallets. When we say hot, we mean wallets in which the private keys are connected to an internet-connected machine. And cold wallets are wallets in which those keys are disconnected from the internet. And you can see some, this is state-of-the-art today, right? Take a World War II bunker, take a piece of private key, and keep it within that bunker. There are actually vendors who are offering that, and it is good practice, again, mainly against adversarial cyber attacks. Another element is usually when we talk about private keys and public keys, an address or a wallet or a target destination can have a single SIG address. But there's, for some blockchains, specifically Bitcoin, there are blockchains that support multi-sig address. So think of it as, instead of having just one key, you can have two separate keys. Just like when in some banks, when you go to a vault in the bank, there is the clerk that has one key and the owner of the asset that has the other key, and both need to open the wallet. And finally, one more technique that is called sharding, or Shamir secret sharing, if you've heard, is the ability to take a key and split it into separate locations. And then every time you want to sign. Yeah, all right. Every time you want to sign a transaction, you need to bring those pieces back together, sign the transaction, and then delete the pieces that you brought together. So as you can see, on the right side, we have more complex constructs. Some of them are literally physical to secure the blockchain. So you have this great construct, very state-of-the-art blockchain, which is very connected and decentralized. But effectively, the security requirements are causing solution providers, right? Most exchanges will have 98% of their assets in cold storage, right? So eventually you're having a very centralized set of service providers who are holding their assets in a very disconnected environment. And the question is, can we solve this trade-off between security and liquidity? And now there is a way to solve that, and actually the answer is of course yes. So if we look at the way the blockchain is designed, what is a blockchain? It is a set of protocols that enable players or participants in the network to maintain one ledger that everyone know and everyone agrees upon, right? And the way to do that, and what's powering the blockchain is actually math, right? So three simple mathematical functions that are being used over the blockchain are the ability to create a public key, right? I said the private key is a secret known to the holder of the asset, but their identity is their public address, right? So deriving a public address from a private address is a mathematical function, actually a very simple one, just taking some number to the power of the private key. And that is a public address. So that's one mathematical function. And another mathematical function would be the function that is used to sign a transaction. Basically to say, I am who I say I am, this is the transaction that I want to make, and this is the mathematical proof that I want to make this transaction. Okay, so signing is just another mathematical function. And finally, the ability to validate that the person who said who he is, right, is actually behind this. The ability to verify that a transaction is authentic is also a mathematical function. So effectively, all the blockchain is powered by those mathematical functions, and yet the private keys are kept in cold storage vaults of World War II, right? So MPC and zero-knowledge proofs are an attempt, and a successful one is on the main stage today, to take math itself to protect the private key itself, okay? And the way to do that is effectively to eliminate the private key and to create identities in which the secret material is distributed across many, many players. So this is the point in which we're going to do a bit of math, but I think it's going to be more clear once we're done. So let's take a very simple example of a multi-party computation protocol, which is, let's say we want to calculate, we have a circle here, and we want to calculate the average salary of the people around this circle, okay? So we could have brought some trusted third party, right? And each of us would, and we don't want to share our salaries to one another or to anyone, right? we could have brought some trusted party, and each of us would go to that party and tell our salary to that party. That party will then go and calculate the average. They know all the inputs, right? And that's the way to do it with the equivalent of private keys, right? The issue is what happens if this party is malicious? What happens if this party is compromised, right? Can we collectively calculate the average salary without bringing any trusted third party into the protocol? And the answer is yes, okay? Very simple example. I'll go first. We'll do a protocol. I'll take my salary. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm going to add some random number that only I know, okay? I'm going to think of that random number, and I'm going to add those two together. I'm going to send it to you, and you will receive a number that you don't know what my salary was, because there's some randomness there, and so you have no way of knowing what was my original salary unless you know my secret. You will add your own salary and we'll send it to the next person, and so on and so on. So each of you will add your own salary. At the end, I'm going to receive the sum of all of your salaries from Jim, and I'm going to subtract the random number. Only I know that random number. I have the sum. I'm going to divide it by the number of people, and we got the average salary. No one in this process has learned anything about each other's salary, and yet we were able to calculate the average salary. So this is a very simplistic example, of course, but it was proven back in the 80s that you can take any mathematical function, a sum, a multiplication, or any function whatsoever, and cryptographically do a multi-party calculation in which those secrets remain private to the different parties. Not only that, let's say that some of us were trying to trick people, the other part of the room, it will also be resistant to malicious adversaries who are part of that process. So another construct is called zero knowledge proofs. And that is another, again, in the MPC, it was a protocol, right? Each one of us did some calculation, and we sent some information over the network or to one another. Here, we're talking about another set of protocols that the goal in this, in zero knowledge proofs, is to prove that I know a secret without revealing the secret to the other party, okay? But I want to prove to the other party that I know that secret. So a very simple example, let's say that I'm Bob, and I have two balls. One is green and one is red. And I have another party, Alice, that wants to prove to me that those balls are indeed different without telling me, Bob, that which ball is green and which ball is red, okay? So I have one green ball, one red ball. I'm going to put them behind my back. I'm going to present one ball, right? I'm going to take it back, and then with a probability of 50%, I'm going to switch the balls and present the other ball, right? And Alice will have to say whether or not I changed the balls, right? So if I do that enough times, right, after a few times, basically, I'm going to know whether or not I have the same color or not, and I'm going to be able to prove. Alice is going to be able to prove to me that I have indeed different balls without telling me that it was red or a green one. So the third example, and here we get a bit to kind of 6th grade math. But it is here we show how we can create a public key that does not have a private key. Okay, this is a very simplistic example, but we'll try to do that, right? So what we want to do is we want to calculate the public key that corresponds to the sum of two randomly generated numbers by two people. So here we have Alice and Bob. Each of them will think of their own secret, okay? Each of them has their own secret. Alice has thought of the number 12, but she does not tell that to Bob. And Bob thought of the number 10. He will not tell that to Alice, right? The quote-unquote private key would be 22. We'll just sum those numbers, and we'll call that the private key. But we will never calculate that private key. We only want to calculate the public key, right? And basically, the ability to calculate a public key is to take a generator number, in this case, the number 4, right? And to take it to the power of the private key. So 4, you're going to have to believe me, but 4 to the power of 22 is the number 25, right? But are we able to calculate the number 25 without calculating the number 22? And the answer is yes, and it's pretty simple. Alice will take her number and calculate her public address. That would be the number 20. She will send the result to Bob. Bob will take his own public key, will calculate the private, will take his own private key, the number 10, will calculate the number 23, which is 4 to the power of 10. And then they will send the results they have to one another, right? So now, after the exchange of the results phase, both of them will have 20 and 23, which is both what they calculated and the result of their counterparty. And the multiplication of 20 and 23, you have to believe me, it's 25, because we're operating in cryptography, we always operate under a specific prime modulo, right? So you do 20 times 23, and you divide it by 29, and what's left to you, the modulo is 25. You can try this at home. And basically, both parties got the same result, which is the number 25, but at no point in time did we have the number 22. If we did, you would have seen it in red, but there's no red here above the line. And basically, this is a way to calculate a public address with no private key. The private key is distributed between Alice and Bob. And for advanced students, if Bob is trying to trick Alice, there's actually a way for him to do that, and zero-knowledge proof can come to the rescue for Alice to ask Bob to prove that it was actually a random number that he used in order to choose the number. So what this means is that we are able to make mathematical constructs in a distributed way, right? So we just saw that we can collaboratively calculate a public key without a private key. Cryptography has got to a point in which we can do that also for digital signatures and for the validation and for calculating hash, so calculating cryptographic functions in a distributed way. Again, back in the 80s, it was proven that it was feasible. The issue is that in the past years, it has become also feasibly within the time frame that we would be able to forgive, right? So it would take about a second to do this, but it will not take 30 months to do one calculation, right? So we got to that point in which those protocols are feasible, and we're talking about advances in the recent years in cryptography. So now, once we are able to create the identity on the blockchain with several parties, now comes the question of how do we distribute the secrets between the different parties. So that's kind of a business decision. It can be between, let's say I'm an exchange. Remember that I had employees who were able to get into a room to be able to move assets around. Instead, I can give each and every one of those employees a different secret, and together through MPC, each of them has not, their assets, their data is not valuable at all, but collectively they are able to move the assets. Or if I'm a custodian, I can hold part of the secret and give the other part of the secret to my customer, the funds who are my customers. Or if I'm serving consumers, I can have these constructs of distributing the key material between parties in a way that there's no point in time, no point in history in which a private key will exist either in a hardware wallet or in a software wallet. So effectively, the solution is that this is very secure, right? There is no single point of failure here. It is connected. All the parties are connected to one another, and you get the ability to be very liquid and very flexible to the business requirements that you need. And one more bonus is that it is agnostic to the blockchain, which is very important, right? You have many blockchains today, but do you really need a different keyed mechanism for each and every one of them, or you can have something that is completely off-chain that can help you resolve the security issues of all the blockchains that you manage? And we see a proliferation of blockchains, each of them with their own business value, but from a security perspective, this should be kept separate. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions from the audience at all?
So let me start with one quick question for Itai. Itai, why is multi-party computation preferable just to a multi-sig wallet?
Yeah, so the two main reasons would be, one is that in multi-sig, you do have two keys, right? And those keys are constant over time. In multi-party computation, what you can do is you can change those secrets that I mentioned. Okay, this is one of them. Change those secrets every time, every hour, every day, every time you make a transaction. So those secrets are not constant constructs. So that's a huge security benefit because, for example, if an adversary gets to one point of the network and they get to the other point after 6 months, they will actually have no value. The other benefit is what I mentioned last, is the blockchain agnosticism of the asset, right? You have the same infrastructure that can apply to Bitcoin, Ethereum, or whatever, instead of having separate support by the various blockchains. And there are blockchains who don't even have multi-sig, right? Specifically, Ethereum does not have a native multi-sig solution, so you can have that also to support non-multi-sig blockchains.
Okay, great, thank you. Meyer.
And that was a very good presentation, thank you. One quick question. The actual math for doing MPC or in terms of the logic, are there multiple ways of doing this, or is this still evolving, or is there a standard way? It's kind of people are converging based on the quality of the math in terms of it being able to be hacked. What do you think is the state of the union?
Yeah, so there are multiple ways to do this. Various protocols trying to optimize on different parameters, just like you have many different signature schemes in cryptography, right? Not just ECDSA or elliptic curves. Some are using other ways. Some are faster than the others. Some are better for many parties versus better for two parties. And this is an evolving space. It got to a point today in which there are, I think, 3 to 4 main protocols for MPC, specifically for the crypto use case, which is digital signatures, that got it to ballpark of a second today. When you compare it to the time that it takes for Bitcoin transaction to do it, this is pretty good. And I assume that this will get better as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hamera.
So my question is really more the intersection between what you two discussed. How much does the insurance companies look at the key management systems that's actually being used? Is there like a baseline that's attached to that? Do they give credits if it's more robust, or how is that taken into account?
Sure, thank you for the question. Are you talking specifically about the security measures regarding the?
Yes.
So to answer your question, yes, they do take a careful look at that. To give you an idea of just how interested they are in the whole process, we actually, had Curve speak with 60 insurance underwriters from around the world about 2 months ago to explain the technology to them, because they are very aware of multi-sig and sharding. They have a clear understanding of that. But they heard rumblings that MPC technology was coming, but they didn't know what it was. So we at Aon actually thought it prudent to put an MPC provider in front of the insurance underwriter, so they got this technology, they understood it, because they are going to have to evaluate it. So the response directly to your question is they do take a very deep dive in these security measures.
And a question, I guess, a follow-up question about difference between the public markets, the public blockchains and private blockchain systems. Obviously, in addition to the key management systems, there's also issues around kind of the infrastructure of how the blockchain system is set up and how that gets utilized and where there's ability within any given blockchain system to do nefarious things on the system. How is that taken into account in terms of looking at public versus private, and how is that considered?
Sure. So several factors are going to be evaluated by the insurance underwriters, insurance companies. The use of that blockchain. What is it being used for? Whether it's public versus private. Who has access to the blockchain? Who's integrated into it? What are the values? If there's a blockchain that is being utilized, what are the values, say, of if there is tokens or if there's some type of assets being dealt with on that blockchain? What's the values of that? So there's several factors they're going to look at, but most importantly, they can look at who's involved with that blockchain, who are the parties involved, what are they doing with it.
Thank you.
Okay, I understand we have a question from Chris Haymeyer on the phone.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I'm not there. It's pretty wimpy of Chicago to be canceling flights with 2 inches of snow this morning, but that's what they did to me. So I'm sorry I'm not there. Itay, I have a question for you. Given the computational heaviness of an MPC solution, how much capacity is there? Can it provide the liquidity that you talked about? Does it have a lot of capacity, or can it get bogged down with a lot of activity?
Yeah, so the capacity is pretty unlimited. I mentioned that it is ballpark of a few hundred milliseconds per signature, but the advantage is that this is software, right? So you can do as many of those in parallel as you need. And with that, we're just setting it up even in the cloud, right? You can set up as many and do as many of those in parallel. So effectively, the capacity is pretty unlimited, is very loosely coupled with the computation that you have. And it's even getting better. And it's, in any case, orders of magnitude better than what you get from the blockchain itself. So it's still like, however the blockchain will improve, you can assume that the MPC protocol will improve as well, and there will always be quicker than the blockchain itself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yesha.
Thank you so much, and terrific presentation. So I have a question, I think, mainly for James, just to try and some very basic questions. So I understand insurance to be regulated at the state level. And so in that context, how much input have you had from state regulators in terms of how they see this landscape and how they see their own rulemaking in relation to insurance developing in response to the risk that you were outlining in this presentation? And second of all, in terms of the insurance companies themselves and the state regulators that might be working on this, do they see the reserve requirements for insurance companies changing, given the potential volatility of the underlying assets? If you're looking at crypto, Bitcoin, whatever, the price volatility that attaches to it, the technological fragilities, and so on and so forth that you outlined, are the reserve requirements likely to change, shift upwards, particularly given the lack of data and so on and so forth? And to what extent is that likely to affect the ability for companies to actually want to be in this space?
Sure.
And then finally, so I'm so sorry. And finally, I just wanted to ask, normally when we think about insurance, the insurance companies are able to diversify and then, control their exposure because they're diversifying across multiple geographies and risks and so on and so forth. Is that diversification potential available in this space, or is there some kind of correlated risk exposure that attaches in this market more so than others?
Okay, thank you for that. I'll start off in the order that you posited the questions. Regulators are extremely aware of this space on a state level. Without mentioning names, I can tell you that one of my larger digital asset clients was proactively contacted by New York State regulators after a press release went out about an activity that they were engaged in. So the regulators are very aware of this space on a state level. They're watching it very carefully. They will proactively reach out to companies within their domain and ask them questions if they feel it's proper and follow along that. Second question, I think, on reserve requirements. That's a really interesting question. I personally do not see the reserve requirements being changed right now by the insurance companies, but I do see them being changed in the following situation. Ourselves, Aon, and possibly others are evaluating the possibility of having insurance companies issue insurance policies in denominations of digital assets. In other words, not offering a $10 million policy, but offering a $10 million Bitcoin or some type of token policy, right? If that happens, yes, then I do see the requirements for reserves being changed in that situation. And apologies, your last question was diversification and? Yeah, well, I think, right, another good question. I think diversification is huge for the insurance companies. And I don't know if the diversification is the metric, but a lot, as I said to you earlier on in the presentation, a lot of the insurance companies right now are, particularly in the US, are evaluating the space very carefully without diving full in and offering insurance products. I think that diversification of a portfolio is always very important. So obviously they will diversify, but frankly right now in the insurance space in the US, there's only a handful of insurance companies that will offer insurance products for the digital asset space, the exposures. So, you know, they'll obviously diversify when needed, but there's not a ton of activity right now from the insurance companies in the US in this space.
Thank you, Tim.
Yes, thank you. So given its complexity, how would I, as a customer, know that the MPC protocol is being properly applied? Is there some sort of a third-party authentication that can be done, or a cryptographic audit, or anything like that?
Yeah, so the same validation mechanism that apply to any cryptographic library, specifically think of encryption or digital signatures, right? These are being validated by cryptographic review companies. So there are companies who are, first of all, offering commercial MPC protocols, right? And those vendors, Curve included, are being reviewed by third-party validators, both by academic professors and by cryptographers at large. And there are not just a review, you can also do some other kind of attacks, simulations on those protocols, like pen testing, et cetera. All the best practice that you have for encryption, you can apply to MPC and to any cryptographic protocol.
And Chris.
This is a question for James. Can you give us some perspective on the size of the market, like notional underwritten number of claims that were filed, you know, notional of those claims, like
sure,
just for some perspective.
Yeah, it's a great question. So earlier on, I showed you, some of the headline hacks that happened in the space with the exchanges. To our knowledge, and there was a lot of those companies that were hacked and some significant losses, not one of those companies was insured. The interesting thing is, in the digital asset space, there's not been a lot of claims yet. There's been some that we're of some small claims. There's not been heavy losses. And the interesting thing is that we've actually had insurance companies, some large insurance companies, who were leading the space several years ago, and one day they decided, because the headlines were so bad with some of the severe hacks and losses, they walked away from the space completely without paying one penny of loss. So to respond to your question is, there's not been a lot of significant loss history in the space, interestingly. Maybe it's a good job by the insurance underwriters that they did not underwrite those exchanges that were hacked. And I think, did you want to know a bit about capacity in the marketplace?
Well, yeah, like, you know, what are they charging enough premiums then to like compensate? Like, it feels like there should be some trade-off or some efficient frontier here where, like, you know, there'd be, you know, if there's a great demand for this service, but people are stepping away from it, that other market participants would provide it at, you know, some price.
Sure. So the market's always going to find its, you know,
equilibrium. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So the issue becomes, we'll talk about real quickly just the different types of insurance. Right. So cold is specie insurance. Right. It's low exposure. You have a Bitcoin, your assets offline. Right. You can get a lot of insurance for that, a lot of capacity, pretty reasonable pricing. When you start to go to the other end of the spectrum, we're talking hot wallet coverage, right? The highest exposure for digital assets from insurer's perspective. There's capacity out there, it's limited, and it's very expensive. So, you know, we've had successfully helped clients with their hot wallet coverage. Others have evaluated and said, right, this time it's just the price is not good for us right now.
All right, thank you. I think we'll take a 5-minute break now before the next presentation.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would now like to turn to the final panel on our agenda, in which we will hear an overview and updates from several entities looking to create useful corporate governance regimes in the digital asset and cryptocurrency marketplace. Our panelists today include Jeff Bandman, who's a board member of Global Digital Finance, Yusuf Hussain, who's the president of Virtual Commodities Association, and Brad Vopny, who's a founding board member of the Association for Digital Asset Markets. And with that, I will turn it over to the panel.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. Jeff Bandman, board member, co-founder, and lead for regulatory affairs for Global Digital Finance. I'd like to thank the Technology Advisory Committee for inviting us and fellow panelists here today. As a former CFTC official, it's a particular thrill for me to be here among so many friends and former colleagues. And every day is a good day at the CFTC. So excited to do that. And really, this panel and all the work has been a real tribute to the CFTC's forward-thinking and leadership in digital assets, and really a commitment of the resources and energy in this space. Does set a global standard for regulation in this area around the world. I'll start by just introducing Global Digital Finance, or GDF, who we are. And in the course of this presentation, I'm going to talk about how we came about, and then how we're working on setting global standards and self-regulation in this space, and what the role of the regulators can be. So we're a global international policy organization. We're headquartered in the UK, but our membership is global. I'd say we think of ourselves in the global landscape as sort of akin to a standard-setting body. We have a global footprint and membership. Our focal point are codes of conduct for crypto asset, which, as I'll describe, are internationally community-based. And in addition, we do a lot of global regulator and policymaker outreach, and also try to be a resource and comment on things like consultations and promote those kinds of things. And we do work internationally, so with regulators, governments, international bodies, foundations, subject matter experts, as well as the industry itself. So the context for how did GDF come about, and really the organization was kind of incubated in late 2017, and the work commenced in early 2018. And at the time, there was a sense of real urgency around it. I think some of the concerns at that time were well expressed by a letter that to the G20 from the finance ministers and central bank governors of France and Germany. There was all this exuberance. There were a lot of behaviors in the market. And so while there was promise for this new technology, it seemed like there also needed to be, kind of a sense of standards. And it would be, you could say, well, we don't think what's happening is necessarily right. Well, but in reference to what? And so there really needed to be the industry to show it could come together and do these things. And so some of the things that were articulated at the time, the need for a common understanding on the nature of tokens, a taxonomy, a common vocabulary, which was actually the first project of GDF in 2018. The implications of the exposure of market participants to tokens in terms of market integrity, protection for vulnerable investors, and finally AML and KYC concerns. So those were a catalyst to us. And so, we, as a result, we did the work to develop the taxonomy and to start to develop codes of conduct in this area, which is still kind of a core part of our mission. So a bit about kind of who GDF is, and then we'll turn our focus to the work. So here's a list of our slide showing our patron members, advisory council, working members, and partners. You see it's a global group. Obviously, a lot of our guidance and steering comes from the patron board and advisory council, who are global firms. We're a member and community-driven organization. But also, as the kind of list of partners there shows, we partner with different organizations, other not-for-profit governance organizations around the world, but because we think collaboration is very critical. And these are global markets. And so it's important for people to work together globally as well as locally. Our extended GDF community and those who participate in our summits and drafting of codes, include an even broader mosaic of firms. And we also have very extensive engagement with the regulatory community who participate in our summits as observers, who provide bilateral feedback on our codes of conduct, who we engage with sometimes on deep dives in the various subject matter areas. So community-led standards, what do we mean by that, and why is that important? So as I said at the outset, when this work started in late 2017, early 2018, we saw the need for a set of rules and standards to be there, but who appointed us? It wasn't as if we came down from Olympus and suddenly had the wisdom to know what was right in this area. It was important to convene the industry as a community and have community developed standards. And so that was the nature of the work that we did. We found that the regulatory perimeter in 2018, and still frankly the case today, is different in different jurisdictions. Here in the U.S., many digital assets fall under the CFTC or the SEC for different purposes than the IRS or FinCEN for others. But in terms of the market, in the UK, you might have a single regulator, same in Singapore. In Europe, many digital assets fall outside the oversight of, they don't qualify as financial instruments or commodities. So we felt this is a global market. There needed to be a set of global standards. So the way the codes of conduct are developed are by working groups. They're done, drafted, and then once they're developed, they're subject to kind of public and notice and comment period, similar to what from my own and other regulators' experience working at the CFTC. So in 2018, the taxonomy and the first set of codes that we did, we attracted about 650 comments from about 150 commenters around the world. Fortunately, somebody other than me had the job of collating those. But the important thing was really to have community-driven things, and then we think that really, in terms of adherence to those for people who participated in creating them, that's a very important element. So these are this slide lists on the left. Those are the codes that have been ratified. We have a number that are in development, and then we're starting to work on the next ones. Why have we structured it this way? Well, when the work started, we looked around for models of codes of conduct in other industries, whether in peer-to-peer finance. Something that that we thought very highly of was the FX code. But the FX code, even after all the concerns with FX prices, took 3 years to develop. And we felt we don't really have 3 years. We need to get this work started now. And so we started a modular approach where part one was the overarching principles, and then we've added additional modules kind of in a priority order based on what the community and the industry and the regulators tell us are the most urgent topics. And the work has grown. So for example, our AML group that's published a number of these and has published, also been very engaged with the FATF process around the travel rule. Now it's about 85 global members. Our custody code of conduct that was just approved at our summit this morning to go to the public consultation phase. Again, that group has over 80 participants as well. So there's very broad-based work that goes into those, and all of those are available on our website for a lot of public and transparency. So how do the GDF codes relate to law and regulation? I think in one sense, they fill gaps. There are many evolving areas. They also try to be a single set of global rules that others can live on. They can serve as models for law and regulation. They can be adapted, or they can, be worked with by groups, like my colleagues on the panel, VCA and Adam. They can be adapted or applied in specific jurisdictions. They don't supersede applicable law, but they're a complement to law, and in many cases, there are regulatory gaps. So now that we have a code of conduct, how is that applied and implemented? So we have a self-attestation registration. People at the CFTC will be familiar with the concept of self-certification, and this is how we've started with self-certification. I think over time, there's interest in moving to kind of an external certification or audit process. But today, members or anybody can, without being a GDF member, can signal their adherence elect to adhere to the code. About half of our members have already publicly attested to that, and others are in the process of reviewing, and we hope doing so. So that's growing. We have started studying, kind of a phase 2 of this, which would be external, having a third-party audit or verification. But again, with an interest toward, we needed to get better standards in the industry, that we're starting with a self-certification model, and then again, this is a global process, and we'll work our way towards external certification. Here, these are just some of the contents of the code, just to give an idea of things that we cover. So in the overarching principles, very fundamental topics, ethics, treatment of customers and customer assets. And then as we've gone into the specific code modules, principles for token trading platforms, a lot of things, these things might say they're common sense, but we've really gotten into the weeds within the organization, debated those, and submitted those for public comment. So that's been a very rigorous process. And we also have principles for funds and fund managers, token comparisons and rating websites, stablecoins. Stablecoin one, obviously that's become a huge topic internationally with the rise of global stablecoins. That group actually started its work with a stock take. Like they thought it was kind of premature to propose principles. First, they needed to get the lay of the land, which again is something that's very common in regulatory things. And similarly, our custody group that just published something today, they started with a stock take. And we also have a tax working group that's in the midst of a stock take now before it gets to those. Today is actually the second anniversary of when we've had our first meeting. It was our 8th summit. We had about 200 people around the world in 10 global locations, from Bogota to Johannesburg. The Asia sessions normally meet in person, but for health reasons, they met virtually. So we've been very excited about that. The points I'd like to kind of wrap up with are, first of all, how can the regulators, like the CFTC and others, how can they be involved? And then sort of what's the progress to date and where do we see the challenges ahead? So, GDF itself has been very proactive from inception of reaching out and engaging with regulators. At our very first meeting, we had, observers from the SEC, the FCA, the Bank of England, Her Majesty's Treasury, and that's grown to include observers from, the CFTC, the FSB, regulators around the world. And, I showed you the other. So we've had that kind of engagement. We also get a lot of feedback, typically bilaterally rather than at the meetings around, when they see things in our code, are there inconsistencies? Have we thought about particular language? And, it's a lot of kind of issue spotting, things that we may not have thought of ourselves. And so those get kind of integrated into the process of improving the codes before they're finalized. So that's a very important role of the regulators. Progress and challenges ahead. So at the end of last year, we surveyed our membership to get an idea of what their concerns were. Some of the biggest regulatory challenges that they see: inconsistent and unaligned cross-border regulatory guidance, lack of clarity or sometimes consistency on the regulatory perimeter. Also, some inconsistencies or, caused by the fact that some market actors are regulated and others are not. And so you can get, potentially, either a forgiveness permission dichotomy or, commercial challenges if some people are playing by one set of rules and others are playing by another. So the fact that, where regulators can create a uniform, set of rules and a level playing field, that's something that's very important to our members. Also, things like blockchain platform interoperability, custodial insurance. It was great to hear the previous panel on that. That's a big priority for the industry. The readiness of financial institutions and access to banking is an issue internationally. In terms of progress, I think we're very heartened by seeing the development of these codes and people not just getting together in rooms and conference calls and drafting these, but putting their hands up and saying, yes, we agree to live by these standards. I think that's very important. The fact that we see that there's been broad international consensus on the importance of having these high standards, I think is really encouraging to us. And we felt at the time we couldn't wait for regulation to come, that the industry needed to show it could adopt some of these best practices. We've been very encouraged. We think there's been good response to our model, which is very participatory, in an industry which has been sort of driven by decentralized technology, that we have a kind of distributed model for kind of driving the content and participatory of what the rules are. So again, thank you very much for having us. Certainly happy to answer questions at the end of the session after my colleagues have gone. And again, we thank the CFTCs for its interest and engagement.
Thank you, commissioners, members of the TAC, for the opportunity to present on the industry's approach to building healthy, safe markets through self-regulation. Thank you. Thank you. So when regulation is done right, it can pave the way to healthy and sustainable markets, unlocks the promise and innovation of crypto for the better. Regulation is the pathway to building trust and broader market adoption. You can't point to a thriving market that isn't either principles-based, rules-based, or governed by some level of regulatory oversight. We recognize the importance of state and federal level focus on market integrity and investor protection, but we also do believe that the industry has an important role to play in the self-regulatory efforts within the United States. Today, I will discuss the role of industry, examples of paths to effective self-regulation, coupled with an evolving regulatory landscape, and recommendations for how we get there, including why the VCA is the appropriate vehicle to meet such goals. A little background on the founding members of the Virtual Commodity Association. Gemini Trust Company and BitFlyer are the original founding members of the VCA. Gemini is a regulated New York Trust licensed crypto exchange and custodian, founded and operating since 2014. The first crypto exchange and custodian to obtain a SOC 2 Type 2 report, providing additional levels of transparency into the security and availability of our infrastructure. Additionally, we recently announced the launch of our captive insurance company to provide additional subject matter expertise and additional capacity to the somewhat limited capacity available in insurance markets today. BitFlyer is a globally regulated cryptocurrency exchange with operations in Japan, the US, and the EU. They're one of the first recipients of the New York Bit License. BitFlyer is not only a founding member of the VCA, but also a founding member of the world's first cryptocurrency SRO, the Japanese Virtual Currency Exchange Association. A little bit about the VCA. The VCA was established in September 2018 with the ultimate goal of being designated an SRO, a self-regulatory organization. To be very clear here, there is no designation of the VCA as an SRO today. We are looking for paths forward to become an SRO. Being an SRO, it means a very specific thing, and we'll get into that a little bit later in the slides. We don't take this goal lightly. We understand that it is a multi-phased approach that begins with basic organizational capacity building. The launch of the VCA was directly responsive to concerns and public statements made by government officials and regulatory officials, by senior officials at the CFTC and the SEC, as well as the view of the industry that the industry should take steps to enhance standards, including those around market integrity and transparency. We believe that the CFTC has an important role to play by enhancing investor protection and market integrity within key markets that underpin emerging futures and derivatives trading activity. Adding a layer of oversight in the form of self-regulation is important for investor protection, as we've seen in traditional securities and derivatives markets, and with well-respected and successful SROs such as FINRA and the NFA. In terms of our structure and organization, you'll see a combination of crypto industry subject matter experts, as well as traditional financial industry subject matter experts. In the past year, a lot of focus on organizational capacity building. In 2019, we were able to establish 6 committees focusing on concerns highlighted by government officials and regulatory authorities, including one on BSA AML, a second one on custody and security, a third on insurance, which was discussed earlier today, fourth on tax, a fifth on market integrity, focusing on information sharing, consolidated audit trails, and cross-market surveillance. And finally, a committee focused on examination and enforcement, being able to build out a enforcing regulatory framework. We believe the last 2 committees are of utmost importance, not to diminish the priorities or the importance of the other committees, but examination and enforcement are capabilities that we are looking to build out that are in alignment with international standards, defining what a self-regulatory organization does. As noted, the goal is to establish the VCA as an industry-sponsored self-regulatory organization for the U.S. spot virtual currency industry. I do want to highlight that the road to growing the VCA has not been an easy one. In addition to the natural organizational challenges of a young nascent industry, we found that absent explicit regulatory support or engagement, it can be difficult to drive voluntary adoption and enforcement. In order to succeed, the VCA will need to bring together a diverse array of market participants subject to an objective governing framework that places the overall health and integrity of our markets before the interests of any particular set of actors. We do believe progress is attainable. As we do so, we look at domestic role models such as FINRA and the NFA, as well as international examples that can inform our journey. For instance, Bitflyer, as mentioned earlier, is a founding member of the VCA, as well as a founding member of the JVCEA, which is the world's first crypto SRO. The notion of self-regulation in Japan was catalyzed by the hack of a Japanese exchange, Mt. Gox, in 2014. Like-minded exchanges gathered together in a grassroots movement to form the JVCEA. The action was further catalyzed with one of the largest hacks in the history of crypto, Japanese exchange CoinCheck at $500 million. That catalyzed the Japanese FSA to designate and formally approve the JVCEA as a crypto SRO in October of 2018. Through Japan's mandate of the JVCEA has been able to overcome the challenges of voluntary adoption in a young industry, and now consists of 27 members, including 19 cryptocurrency exchanges. Currently, the JVCEA has formulated 12 categories of self-regulatory rules, including but not limited to token listings, margin trading, financial management, anti-money laundering, and enforcement. Through Bitflyer's membership in the VCA and the JVCEA, we have been able to establish synergies not only between like-minded exchanges, but also like-minded self-regulatory initiatives across the globe. We believe that collaboration between the VCA and the JVCEA is especially important in an industry that's truly global and operates 24/7. While global SRO examples are certainly informative, we agree with Chairman Tarbert that the U.S. should be a leader in this space. We should look to Japan as a model for self-regulation. However, U.S. regulators should not wait for a hack of a U.S. exchange to prompt the delegation of an SRO. In parallel, the VCA continues to build out its capabilities and self-policing measures. Creating a U.S. virtual currency SRO is a two-way street that requires collaboration between government and industry. On the industry side, we continue to focus on capacity building and bridge building. In terms of capacity building, as I mentioned earlier, it means something very specific to be an SRO. A report from IOSCO in 2000 identifies the elements for an effective SRO, which include rulemaking, dispute resolution, surveillance, and enforcement. The ISCO report also emphasizes that self-regulation is an effective method of regulation, as SROs are familiar with the increasingly complex nature of their respective industries. SROs are deemed to have specific knowledge and ability to effectively implement regulatory programs. The NFA is an example of an SRO that's been delegated authority by the CFTC. In 1976, Leo Melamed, chairman of the CME, formed a committee comprised of industry leaders to engage Congress on supporting legislation for the creation of the NFA. Legislation that gives the CFTC the authority to authorize an SRO when it's in the public's interest and when an SRO can remove impediments to and perfect the mechanisms of free and open futures trading. 6 years later, in 1982, the creation of the NFA gave the futures industry the regulatory framework on which its markets could continue to grow and succeed. The Commodities Exchange Act and related CFTC regulations set out a number of requirements for an RFA, a Registered Futures Association, like the NFA, requirements which the VCA is also in alignment with. Following on the IOSCO SRO principles, the case study of the NFA, global examples like the JVCEA, and existing CFTC rules and regulations, it is our goal to build out the VCA to serve a similar crucial self-regulatory function for the spot virtual currency markets in the United States. In terms of bridge building, we must also work across our industry. There's, just like traditional finance, traditional financial industry, there's no shortage of thought leaders and associations. The same applies within the crypto industry. There are thought leaders and associations that focus on being think tanks, lobbying associations. There are standard-setting bodies like those beside me, Global Digital Finance and Atom. And then there are those like the VCA that are looking to obtain SRO designation. We're not competitors, we are collaborators in this space. And we look forward to continuing to collaborate with our industry peers. Two of the committees that I would like to focus on and highlighted in the IOSCO report as being fundamental to having an effective SRO include examination, enforcement, and market surveillance. The examination enforcement is a key pillar of the SRO, of an SRO. As in traditional finance, there are best practices and standards set by global standard-setting bodies like ISO or FATF that require localization by regulatory authorities. In a similar fashion, more than setting standards, the VCA will continue to collaborate with the various crypto associations for purposes of leveraging and localizing those best practices and standards to inform rulemaking. Those rules will then be adopted, examined, and enforced. As crypto markets are globally distributed with institutional and retail investors having direct access, no longer gated by traditional intermediaries, being able to trade crypto on multiple venues 24/7 requires a cross-market surveillance approach, not any one single market surveillance approach. Just as over the years, traditional financial markets have become increasingly distributed with multiple venues to trade on, SROs have taken steps to adjust their approach to market surveillance. For example, the conversations that we had earlier today around the FIA's initiatives around consolidating audit trails, and additionally, FINRA's consolidated audit trail initiatives. VCA members are making progress towards building a technical platform to ingest data feeds from member exchanges for purposes of cross-market surveillance. The creation of an SRO is a two-way street, which requires collaboration between government and the industry. Government and regulators play an important role in motivating industry self-regulatory efforts by speaking about them and encouraging such developments. This can catalyze action. The action that we're looking to catalyze is the designation and delegation of authority to an SRO. We have had a number of interactions with the CFTC trying to figure out how we can make this happen. We have engaged our special advisor, Sullivan Cromwell, to perform an analysis to understand what authority does the CFTC have within current rules, within current regulations to designate an SRO. Our analysis looks hopeful. We'd like to further we'd like to further the analysis with the CFTC, but at initial blush, it looks like the Section 17 of the Commodities Exchange Act does indeed provide the CFTC broad authority to designate and register an SRO. According to our analysis, there is no statutory rule-based reason that this authority could not extend to a self-regulatory organization offering its services in the spot virtual currency markets, where those virtual currencies are commodities, as defined by the Commodities Exchange Act. Given the CFTC's oversight over virtual currency-based futures and derivatives, we do believe that it is in the public's, the markets, and the agency's interest to designate an SRO to surveil and enforce orderly and rules-based trading in a market underlying and used for the pricing of the futures traded on CFTC-registered entities. Finally, while we believe this analysis indicates a potential path forward, as mentioned before, we would like to continue our dialogue with the CFTC and key stakeholders to further the analysis. Additionally, we would like to note that state licensing regimes may benefit from a federally authorized SRO, filling in any gaps that may result in state-level and federal-level regulation. I'd like to thank the Commission and the TAC for the opportunity to present on the industry's path to designating and delegating authority to an SRO. Thank you. Is that right?
There we go. Thanks, Yusuf. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you to the CFTC and the TAC. Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the Atom. My name is Brad Vopney. I head up digital asset trading at Hudson River Trading, a global multi-asset proprietary trading firm, and I'm here as a representative and a founding board member of the Atom, which is the Association for Digital Assets Markets. So what is Atom? Atom is a private, self-governing, broad-based association of firms seeking to build a safer, stronger, and more efficient digital assets marketplace. The development of digital assets, including cryptocurrencies, digital commodities, digital securities, and the underpinning technologies, we believe, has a tremendous potential and is rapidly and ever evolving. In the summer of 2018, a number of firms convened to explore what could be done to significantly reduce issues for both existing and future investors in the digital assets markets in order to give them a higher degree of comfort and security as they look to transact in this nascent asset class. Most of the individuals in the room were experienced financial services professionals, having worked in the equity, commodity, and FX markets, at exchanges, brokers, dealers, and were actively involved in some fashion or another in the digital assets markets, and had experienced firsthand the idiosyncratic nature of the digital assets markets, and were sanguine about the asset class, but knew more could be done to build credibility and improve conduct in the markets. Within a few months, Atom was created, formally launching as a nonprofit on October 24th, 2018. Membership in Atom is open to organizations involved in, or that seek to become involved in, the markets for digital assets, including trading venues or exchanges or marketplaces, custodians, investors, asset managers, traders, lenders, liquidity providers, and brokers. Atom has a relatively simple mission: to foster fair and orderly digital assets markets where participants can transact with confidence. Certainly easier said than done, but when determining what Atom should do, we established 4 guiding principles, which are: 1, provide clear standards for efficient trading, custody, clearing, and settlement of digital assets. 2, encourage professionalism and ethical conduct by market participants. 3, increase transparency and provide information to the public about digital assets markets. And 4, seek to protect market participants from fraud and manipulation. Now, equally as important in establishing what Atom was intended to do, we were also very mindful of what Atom isn't. Atom is not intended to be an advocacy group. Atom is not intended to be a replacement for regulation. Simply put, Atom exists to enable industry to pave the way toward fair and orderly markets by complementing existing laws and regulation, basically to bridge the gap between the status quo and future regulation of the digital assets marketplace. So, historically, as some of us have mentioned before, market-driven efforts to establish industry standards led to effective self-regulation both in the securities and the commodities markets. Subsequently, through authority granted by Congress, FINRA, previously NASD NASDAQ, was established as the SRO to oversee our securities markets, and NFA was established as the SRO to oversee our commodities markets. The ADA membership is composed of industry experts who have combined hundreds of years' experience and expertise in these traditional equities and commodities and various other markets, and who are now active participants in the digital assets markets in both the United States and abroad. There are 10 founding members of ADAM, and they represent a large market share across key areas within digital assets markets. Those members are Batuta, BTIG, Cumberland, Galaxy Digital, Genesis Global Trading, GSR, Hudson River Trading, Paxos, Symbiont, and XBTO. All of these firms committed to 2 years of participation in ADAM and all have representation on the board. And while we were fortunate enough to attract a distinguished list of firms at the start, the group was thoughtful regarding the types of market participants that ADAM should involve. And what that means in practice meant understanding how firms arrived at the roles that they played within the markets, mostly due to how the digital assets markets has evolved. So while many service providers in other asset classes exist entirely independent of one another, we have to appreciate that many firms in the digital assets markets, especially marketplaces, often perform the function of numerous other firms in other asset classes. Marketplaces themselves can often operate as the exchange, the clearinghouse, the custodian, the broker, and sometimes even the dealer. And while we believe that over the long term, industry will ultimately dictate how some of those services should be offered, either within the four walls of those organizations or potentially segregated like they are in other asset classes, ADAM understood that it needed to find the appropriate balance between appreciating how things actually operate with an eye towards how they might in the future. Striking that balance helped drive our mission and ultimately our purpose. So what have we done? In collaboration with industry and legal experts as well as academics, ADAM has developed a code of conduct that will set standards for professional conduct and efficient industry self-governance for digital asset markets. And I'll go into the code in a little bit, but our goal is that through the introduction of and adherence to the code of conduct, others in the marketplace will view ADAM members as trusted players and create best practices and establish higher industry standards. We formally announced the code and our new members at the Consensus event in November of last year. We hosted a launch party the evening prior to Consensus and had over 50 high-quality members or high-quality firms who came to learn more about ADAM. 2 of our founding members participated in a panel at Consensus to discuss the mission of ADAM and went into what the code is intended and not intended to do, and ultimately we published a draft of the code itself. Membership has also been a key focus for us, and even while managing to be somewhat low-key and pen to paper as we drafted the code, we managed to increase our membership by 50%, adding a number of well-regarded firms who share the same vision around establishing best practices and creating higher industry standards. So alongside the announcement of the code was the announcement that 5 new members had chosen to join ADAM. Those members are BitGo, Anchorage, BlockFi, CMT Digital, and Tagomi. So before getting into any specifics regarding the code, it's important to appreciate what we believe this milestone ultimately meant. 1, it signals that members are committed to professional standards of conduct, standards that institutional investors are familiar with from other markets and would require if they are to enter these markets in any meaningful way. 2, they help improve the standards of conduct in the industry. Where regulatory gaps or general uncertainty exists, this can ultimately act as a backstop by setting minimum reasonable standards of conduct. And 3, provides an opportunity for industry to step up and provide leadership in defining what those best practices should be. So, as indicated, the Code of Conduct is really designed to promote integrity, fairness, and efficiency. Intended to inform and complement rather than replace existing regulation, the code is drafted to inform participants on best practices and is part of a long-term effort to define and promote ethical behavior and conduct by all digital asset markets participants. The code is really divided into a number of principles which guide and define appropriate professional standards in the following areas: governance, compliance and risk management, market ethics, conflicts of interest, transparency and fairness, market integrity, custody, information security and business continuity, and anti-money laundering and countering the finance of terrorism. Complying with the letter and spirit of the code should be well within the reach of firms who understand basic standards of professional conduct and have a commitment to sound governance and risk management. That said, we do believe that there's tremendous value in coming together as an industry to commit to these standards. And because it is principles-based, the code is intended to be flexible enough to address issues that will inevitably arise given the nascent technology and asset class, and we expect these best practices to evolve over time and be reflected in the code. ADAM's code is to provide industry-led, developed, and maintained best practices and standards to the digital asset space so it is better able to grow and attract new participants who expect and demand some form of clear regulation, whether industry or government-led, and should ultimately raise the level of professional conduct in digital assets markets. Looking forward, what does 2020 and beyond hold for ADAM? First, at the end of next month, members will be signing the code. Those are the 10 founding members and the 5 new members. Second, ADAM is going to continue to focus on growth. We've embarked on an executive director search and are looking to bring a seasoned, sharp, respected individual to help us lead the next phase of ADAM. We continue to recruit new members, being ever mindful of reputation, credibility, function, and geography. ADAM is not exclusively a US-focused organization, but given how historically US-based institutional firms have often been the tip of the product and asset class spear, we appreciate that if we can assist in making institutional-grade participants in the US feel as though they are dealing with professionals, then it will be useful in other jurisdictions. And the borderless nature of digital assets is ultimately one of its most exciting and intimidating features. Governance, we will expand our board of advisors. We've been very fortunate enough to have worked in a variety of capacities with a number of academic, legal, and industry experts, and we'll be looking to create an advisory board to aid our executive director and the board of directors in its further push to legitimize the markets. And finally, generally looking to leverage the ADAM platform to raise awareness among digital assets market participants and engagement. ADAM can be a resource to market participants, to regulators, and other stakeholders. We are early on in the stages of exploring how we might do that, but some early ideas include submitting comment letters on regulatory and policy initiatives, engaging with regulators on matters beyond the Code of Conduct, being a source of information about industry trends and practices, and possibly expanding the role of ADAM in defining what industry best practices should be. Perhaps issuing model policies or FAQs or case studies to clarify how the code should be applied in various situations. All this is quite speculative at this point, but identifies a few areas that we are exploring internally. So we're incredibly proud of where ADAM has arrived, and the code is an incredibly meaningful milestone in what we anticipate to be a long road ahead to give investors the same confidence in dealing with digital assets that our other more established markets afford. And while we are very mindful that ADAM doesn't have all of the answers today, what it does have is an ever-growing list of high-quality firms in the digital assets markets that share a common vision of an industry-led initiative, to continue to promote fairness, decency, and ethical behavior, doing the hard work to build credibility, helping sort out the rules of the road, and improving the conduct in the digital asset markets. That being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you to the panelists. So I'll start with Charlie.
Thank you. Thank you all the presentations. And Brad, cognizant of the fact that you don't have all the answers, I'm still going to ask questions. I'm actually thinking that what might help up front is a bit of a definitional question. And the reason I say that is, Yusuf, in your presentation, you talked about cryptocurrencies. Jeff, in yours, you talked about crypto and digital assets. And Brad, you talked about digital assets, which could potentially more broadly. And a reason I think that matters is if we're talking about the idea of a self-regulatory organization that looks at cryptocurrencies, that's one conversation. And it's interesting because we could make the argument there is nothing currently overseeing them, or we wouldn't make the argument there is nothing overseeing them. But Brad, if you're talking about broader digital markets that could refer to digital shares of stock or digital bonds or digital futures, that's a different SRO, because we could also make the argument then that all of those assets, the underlying, are already regulated. They already have SROs, so we don't need this. So I guess what are we talking about here so we can, or all three of you actually talking about different things?
I'll make a quick start. The usage of the term virtual currency was intentionally used, just to use the same terminology and parlance familiar with the CFTC and the commodities space. The VCA is looking at specifically US-based spot cryptocurrency market self-regulation.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Charlie. And also, was remiss in not recognizing both R3 and DTCC as GDF members, so thanks for your engagement and support. So you're very right to make that distinction. So I'd say that GDF, our initial focus was crypto assets, and we used that term starting in 2018 because that was the term that the FSB and a lot of the regulators were using. You know, we know FATF calls them virtual assets. I think Chairman Tarper calls them digital assets. So there's a lot of terminology there. So our initial focus and where we thought the most urgency in developing a code of conduct was for crypto assets, and that was our initial focus. The name of the organization is Global Digital Finance, and I'd say aspirationally over time, you know, if we can play a role in helping to support truly global digital finance, I think that is in our you know, roadmap, but not what we're most urgently working on. I think one of the new working groups that our members want to start is one on sustainable finance and how that ties into digital finance. So I think that will maybe be the first step in that direction, and we maybe also be starting a group around digital identity. But you know, our initial work has been focused on crypto assets, and that's where we got started.
And for the lawyers in the room, I'll read exactly sort of what we indicated in the code. But I think it's a fair question because you're absolutely right in that a number of digitized securities or other digital assets already have governance and rules around those. And so when we spend a lot of time thinking about what a digital asset is, and again, this is sort of why it's a principles-based code and why we sort of anticipate it to be a living, breathing document, is that, you know, we at Atom believe that currently a digital asset is a cryptographically derived digital instrument available on a public, private, or permissioned blockchain or other form of distributed ledger. There are some other words too. And then sort of from an asset class perspective, any option, futures, contract, swap, or other instrument or index, the value of which is derived wholly or principally from the value of the underlying instruments, meeting the description in Clause 1. So it is specifically designed as a wrapper for what we believe the definition of cryptocurrency would be, if that answers your question.
Tom.
Thank you. And thank all three of you. No doubt it's been quite a bit of work, and it's very obvious from your presentations the thoughtfulness that you've all put into it, and I appreciate that. I'm sure everyone here does as well. Charlie asked my first question, so thank you, Charlie. Appreciate that. So with that stipulated already, I guess I'd ask just a broad initial question, and then I may have a follow-up or two. Today, we have digital commodities, Bitcoin, for example, that trade. And historically, we have commodities like gold that trade, and we have derivatives on these things as well, too. Can you give me an example of a spot commodity SRO that perhaps you looked at for inspiration or has governed any sort of spot commodity trading, at least in the United States, that you can think of?
Yep. So, I mean, SRO, I think, you know, in terms of something that has, you know, legal authority, statutory legal delegated authority, you know, I think that my colleagues already made the observation that I think in the U.S. that there's not, to our knowledge, you know, a specific example of that. But there are, you know, there's obviously the Japanese one. But, you know, one of the models that we looked to was the FX Code of Conduct. So there may not be an FX SRO, but the introduction of a code of conduct and then people who adhere to that is an important step in promoting market integrity and you know, higher standards.
To be clear, we're not advocating for a non-crypto spot commodity SRO. There isn't one that exists that I'm aware of. However, crypto is a unique asset class that has similarities to other asset classes like derivatives, like futures. Additionally, we're looking to be responsive to the CFTC and other regulators and government officials' concerns around market manipulation, especially as the futures and derivatives products continues to grow for cryptocurrencies. It would be important to ensure that the underpinning markets are also appropriately surveilled. So it is a unique asset class. There aren't any non-crypto commodity SROs that I'm aware of, but there are similarities and there are differences.
Tom, I'll the answer to your first question is no, I'm not aware of any. I think when Adam was very mindful, I know the title of the panel involves the letters SRO, but we were very mindful in sort of using that term as sort of a guiding light for how we think about things. But we also sort of recognize that an SRO status is generally earned. We're not entirely sure exactly who would be decreeing necessarily an SRO title upon whatever body that may be in the future. So I think from Adam's point of view, we wanted to be a rather broad-based sort of self-governing organization looking at items like the global FX code, many of us having gone through sort of the equities markets in the late 80s, early 90s, and sort of what became of NASD and then FINRA and others, and using those as sort of guideposts for us as we think about how this market's going to evolve over the next 5, 10, 20 years.
So with that stated, what I just posit as a general question is crypto really that different? So if a token is just called a token but it's actually a security, then in the United States, I think we know who should regulate that and where that should go. If it's a spot commodity, then we have the Commodities Exchange Act and we have decades of history of how spot commodity markets have worked and how derivative markets have worked. And certainly, speaking selfishly for a moment, ErisX operates a DCM and a DCO. Everything listed, for example, in the VCA presentation, with the exception maybe of the information sharing, are responsibilities that we have as a DCM operator. We already have the authority and obligation to do many of these things. So I guess I would just ask, how fundamentally different is crypto as a commodity than other things today? It's a tiny, tiny commodity market in comparison to many, many others. And FX, I think Jeff's a great example where if there's specific things that need to be addressed, they could be addressed maybe with something less invasive, expensive, and time-consuming than a completely new set of obligations that some of which already exist in the derivative markets, and the CFTC already has the authority to get involved in underlying spot commodity markets under various conditions. So has there been any real analysis away from headlines, not implying that the three of you looked only at headlines, how different is it? I mean, there would be some unique aspects, but ultimately, if it's spot commodity under derivative, how different is it?
Sure. Non-crypto spot commodities, physically distributed, typically wholesale. That's a broad statement. Typically wholesale. Ease of access is different compared to crypto, to the spot market the spot cryptocurrency market. There is access by retail investors, institutional investors that are no longer gated by intermediaries, and completely agree that for the futures and derivatives market, there already is existing self-regulatory initiatives and efforts, regulations, and rules around the futures and derivatives market. What we're trying to do is fill in a gap for the crypto spot currency markets in the U.S.
Yeah. Just to add to that, it's so I think some of the differences are, these markets are global, right? The instruments are frictionless, or maybe, frictionless digital, that they may be characterized by the sort of instantaneous settlement. And, I think there are other assets that have those attributes. But I think also taking an international global perspective, and, which has been our outlook on this, the regulatory treatment of these things is different in different jurisdictions. And, our outlook has been, that there were a lot of gaps in regulation, and particularly for people who are participating in this market, either locally or internationally, was that there needed to be some sort of reference point for what the, behaviors should be. I take your point very much, that where there's already an existing supervisory framework, like, there's already, excellent supervision of derivatives markets in the U.S. and securities markets in the U.S., so don't need to reinvent the wheel, but there are also kind of gaps. Looking at it internationally, there are a lot of places, and, regulation is still catching up with sort of the definition of, is a commodity, can it be an intangible interest? In some jurisdictions, it can't. That may evolve with these things. You sort of kind of brought up the point about cost-benefit analysis. I mean, for us, that's one reason for starting out with kind of a self-certification model. It's, it's kind of lighter and probably less expensive for participants, than kind of the supervisory model. So that's another observation I would make.
Tom, what I might also add is that I think your fundamental question is actually sort of why Atom exists. And while I don't think for many of the digital assets that we're referencing, there's a fundamental difference. But I think the issue that there is uncertainty still means that in absence of clear definition of what those are, who sort of ultimately is responsible for surveilling, regulating those assets, that participants need to come together to try to create a rules of the road that makes sense until that time and place where it is much clearer for all participants.
But my final comment would be, I keep coming back to gold as a great reference. I heard anecdotally that eBay is the second largest spot gold market in the world. That's fully retail, unregulated, consumer driven. So I'll just continue to point out that I think we have a lot of analogous commodities we can look at today that, as much as I love crypto and all things that go with it, I'm obviously dedicating my time and career to it. Sometimes we might be better served thinking that there's a lot more in common than different, and finding simpler solutions would be the only comment I make. But again, congratulations to all of you. There's a lot of hard work and foundation building you're all doing, and I appreciate the effort.
Thank you, Commissioner Berkovits.
Thank you. Just, Yusuf, when you talk about an SRO, are you contemplating like the SROs that we have, CME, ICE, NFA, that there would actually be not only just surveillance, but enforcement authority, that persons who trade on the member exchanges would sign up basically membership agreements where they would consent to the jurisdiction of the platform, and that would include potentially enforcement actions, which could include civil monetary penalties. And then secondarily, if the answer is to that yes, is that something that Jeff and Brad in your codes of conduct, that a number of these entities believe an SRO should do? Because otherwise, if just a couple of them say, okay, we're really going to have an effective SRO based on the futures or securities models where there's actually surveillance plus enforcement authority, but you're the only ones that do it and there's others that don't, market participants will gravitate towards the lesser regulatory or the lesser potentially burdensome. Why am I going to subject myself to penalties on this exchange if I don't have to have them on another exchange? So if you could just, what type of actual membership agreements do you contemplate, and would this include potential enforcement authority? And then more globally, is this something that you're striving for to have as a baseline for everybody to sign up and agree to?
What you defined and what you just went through is the definition of an SRO. Per the IOSCA report, per what a registered futures association's responsibilities are, that is the intent. That is what we're looking to build towards. That is what the response to the calls to action by the regulators and government officials is intended to do. Once again, for the U.S. cryptocurrency spot markets, we do agree that it is not a level playing field right now, so it doesn't make sense to live in a world where there are certain venues that are not regulated in a similar fashion. So as other jurisdictions further formalize their self-regulatory organizations, as Japan did, as others continue to do, we would want to ensure that there's appropriate synergies between these different self-regulatory authorities. And once again, we're not looking to replace any sort of existing regulatory authority. What we're looking to do is serve as an extension, in this specific case, an extension to the CFTC to provide sensible, thoughtful regulation to the cryptocurrency markets.
The other part of the question, you sort of asked, well, if there's this SRO, will people move towards the less regulated part or the more regulated part? I mean, part of that is dependent on, is the scope of its authority, is sort of compliance with that voluntary or not? But I think that that in terms of adoption in this area, retail but also institutional adoption, people do trust well-regulated markets. I think if I hadn't heard until we were discussing before the panel that there was a theory that that the CFTC might be able to authorize the VCA in this context for the spot market. But if it did and if it had that authority, I think a lot of the market would actually Maybe not everybody. There might be actors who didn't wish that for cost or principle or other reasons. But, I think that a lot of market participants, and especially, those who have yet to adopt in this area, would be encouraged by the fact because, right, and if they were an SRO, not only would they be acting under, delegated authority, but the CFTC would be supervising them, right? So, I think in other jurisdictions, I think having, a voluntary code of conduct that fills in gaps in regulation, there would still be a lot of demand for that because, in the absence of clear legal authority or regulation, then self-regulation and having codes and principles, is the best alternative available.
I think that, I think Jeff summed it up rather well. Maybe just to add to that, I think that it's not perfectly clear to me how it would work if a single entity, right, was sort of operating as an SRO and what that meant given sort of the not even sort of decentralized, but just the global and nature of digital assets. And so, yes, is it voluntary or is it required to be sort of a meaningful outcome or determinant for participants in the space? Speaking specifically about Atom, our members need to sort of self-certify and comply with the code both initially in a month and then also on a yearly basis. We are sort of putting around governance around what it would look like to develop a formal process to identify and evaluate instances of non-compliance and determine an appropriate disciplinary actions then. That's challenging to do in a self-governing organization, let alone enforcement and what that would look like for a self-regulatory organization. So we're going to focus on that for Atom in the near term and let others sort of worry and opine and think about what that would look like for an SRO.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, and I think we'll go to John.
I'm a winner. Thank you. My question, you alluded to it a little bit earlier, but my question has to do with structure a little bit. Because if you look at the SROs that we have, they're mostly organizations that are full of intermediaries. And the cash crypto market is one that has a lot of direct retail members as opposed to an intermediary, a broker, prime dealer, or prime broker, whatever kind of a thing. What's the role of this organization relative to the retail crowd?
So the approach for the VCA has been working with the markets, the exchanges, where institutional and retail investors can operate, execute trades on directly, with or without an intermediary. We believe that these rules and regulations move closer to the core being the marketplace. That way we capture not only those individuals and institutional investors that proxy trades through intermediaries, but also those that are directly accessing the exchange, which is the case for the retail investors.
Say in our case, kind of retail investors, would typically be the ones who might be, protected by the code or might elect to do business with those who, have signified that they are adopting by these principles. Kind of the way our organizational structure works also, the retail participants can also participate in the composition and drafting of the codes or comment on them as well. At this time, we don't have a specific retail governance methodology.
Two comments. One, I would say that Atom is intentionally broad-based, specifically because of the sort of nuanced nature of the digital asset landscape. Sort of again, alluding to a number of marketplaces wearing numerous hats that would be generally decoupled in other asset classes. And so we're, and I guess the second point is part of the principles are. One of the governing elements of the principles or of the code is that it's sort of based on your adherence to the code is based on your size, is based on your role, and is sort of appropriate for an organization depending on what hat or hats you wear. Sorry about that. So the way sort of a principal trading firm that generally operates on a proprietary basis, that doesn't have clients or counterparties or deal with people on a bilateral basis, their adherence to the code may be more concentrated and less onerous than somebody who runs a number of businesses and what they will have to do to self-certify and identify conflicts of interest and other elements. So, I think that's one of the reasons, or sort of one of the primary reasons that ADAM is broad-based, is because there are a lot of participants that wear a number, or that sort of perform a number of functions within the space. And I think the second comment is that we sort of look at this in a rising tide, sort of floats all boats. And this is one of these asset classes, and I don't have a lot of context for, or we can't come up with context for another, where retail has been the tip of the spear for adoption. And so in order for institutions and institutional grade participants to sort of come in, they're going to require clarity, reasonable practices, best practices, and things that don't necessarily exist or are uncertain for them. And those will sort of be just the general table setting for them to feel more comfortable, sort of regardless of the regulatory structure of it.
Okay, thank you to our panelists. So I think at this point, as the last matter for the day, the TAC is going to vote on a recommendation from the Cybersecurity Subcommittee. The recommendation was emailed around to the Technology Advisory Committee last week, and there are also copies of the memo under everyone's folder for today. This is also a recommendation that has been well signaled by the subcommittee. This was first presented 2 meetings ago. It was represented at the last meeting. And today is the day, finally, that they're asking for a vote to approve these recommendations. So the Cybersecurity Subcommittee is recommending that the full Technology Advisory Committee make a recommendation to the CFTC that it join with other noted organizations in making a statement of support for the FSSCC cyber profile similar to the following, and I'll quote, "Regulatory harmonization regarding cybersecurity requirements is a worthy objective, saving resources for both regulators, such as the CFTC, and financial institutions by allowing increased focus on the most important risks and necessary investments to mitigate those risks. The FSSCC cybersecurity profile is a customization of the NIST cybersecurity framework that financial institutions can use for internal or external cyber risk management, assessment, and regulatory organizations can use as a catalog of best practices and requirements to support both informed and efficient risk-based compliance-related examinations and the development of future cyber regulation." As I mentioned, TAC members were provided with the materials for the vote in advance of today's meeting. In addition, the Cybersecurity Subcommittee presented on the background to these recommendations at the last 2 TAC meetings. Before I open the vote, I'd like to open the floor for a discussion on the recommendation from the Cybersecurity Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you said, for the last 2 meetings, we've presented information on the cybersecurity profile, which was developed through a coordinated effort with the Financial Services Sector Coordinating Council. And this was done in response to an industry-wide need for a consolidated and reconciled catalog view of various cybersecurity regulatory standards. So since its release, the profile has garnered broad support among a variety of financial sector participants, industry associations, and agencies. The Cybersecurity Subcommittee believes that this is because the profile summary framework can provide great utility and efficiency to firms as well as the regulators that oversee them. So as the profile continues to attract significant attention, it would obviously benefit a great deal from support from the CFTC as outlined in your materials. Therefore, the Cybersecurity Subcommittee recommends that the TAC move forward with its own recommendation that the CFTC make a statement in support of this cybersecurity profile as suggested in the materials.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make a statement or ask any questions at this time? Okay, with that, I will now move that the Technology Advisory committee adopt the recommendation from the Cybersecurity Subcommittee on making a recommendation to the CFTC that it join with other noted organizations in making a statement of support for the FSSCC cyber profile. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Second.
You should make.
Okay, I'm happy to entertain the motion as well. Is there a motion? So moved. Is there a second? Okay, we have a couple seconds here. Okay. With that, I will now call for the vote on the motion. All those in favor of approving the subcommittee recommendation, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Are there any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Congratulations to the subcommittee. And with that, I think we can turn it over to the commissioners for closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us today. I know it takes a lot of time to participate in these and effort to travel and to be with us and to think about engaging productively. I was very pleased. I hope you all felt the presentations we heard were informative, enlightening, and represented a great deal of leadership in some transformative areas of finance that we will all be dealing with, I think, going forward in the future. So let me thank all of our panelists, let me thank all of you, our full members, and let me thank all of the subcommittee members that aren't represented on the full panel for their continued participation. And as always, thank you, Richard, and thank you, Megan, for going above and beyond, especially the last couple of weeks with all the other work that's been going on. So thank you.
Just echo Commissioner Quintenz's comments. Thanks to the committee. A huge effort, I think, leading up to today. A lot of great questions, a lot of great panels, which I think raised a lot of questions for me from a legal perspective, an authority perspective, and sort of how we should move forward on these really important issues. Special thanks to Richard and Megan, of course, for your work, and look forward to seeing all of you again soon. Thanks.
I'd also like to thank everybody and thank the committee and thank my colleagues here, Commissioner Quintenz and Megan and Richard. Today's meeting really shows why, of the Technology Advisory Committee, shows why we need a Technology Advisory Committee. Really, technology is integral from everything to program to basically put into code the ISDA agreements, which will have tremendous benefits for market participants and for the CFTC, to the presentation on multi-party confirmations, to the presentation on stable coins and the banking system, really shows the extent to which our markets are really dominated by technology and a whole host of issues that we really benefit by all the expertise of the presenters and you around the table bringing to this agency. And we really need meetings like this and committee like this to help us stay informed on these issues, and so we can formulate appropriate regulatory responses and intelligently consider your well thought out recommendations. So I thank everybody for coming to Washington and participating in the meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. The meeting is now adjourned.